Hello, players, and welcome, fans across the nation, across the world, across the universe. We are at the FPN Step in the Ring National Championship. Finally, this is the tag team tournament where the final table will get qualified to tomorrow's main event. In addition, we'll get $20K in chips. We are at the feature table now. We have a large field currently. And then the winners tonight will take home $2,500 and the coveted tag team belts. Real quick, just want to talk to a couple of our players here. To my left, we have Stephanie. What's it going to take to come home with the win today, Steph?
Beating everybody else.
Beating everybody else. Absolutely, of course. And then to my right, we have Lester. How's it going, Lester?
It's going really, really good.
Excellent. So how many years have you been in the league?
I'd say probably 10 plus.
10 plus?
Yeah.
And then what's your favorite part about coming to FPN National Championship?
It's Vegas. It's Vegas,
yeah.
Absolutely. We're in Vegas. That's the best part about it.
Lovely. So with that, we are going to kick it off to the dealer. I'm going to kick it back to myself in the booth. So good luck, players. Run good. And we're going to find out who gets the belt here tonight. One well?
Well, you said good.
All right, thanks, Brian, for kicking it back to the booth. Appreciate that very much. We'll go ahead and introduce our players as we go around the table here. In seat one, we have Stephanie Tomasello and Jacob Karnowski. They're both from Vegas. They play in the Misfits Poker League, and they're both play out of Joe's Bar. They're going to start here with $27,000 in chips. Seat three, John Rotman and Norbert Cruiser. They're playing out of Route 47 and Back to Captains out of Minnesota. They're starting with $17,500 in chips. Seat four, where your button starts, is Neil Kukla and Jeff Gabb. They're playing, seat five is where the dealer button is. That must have moved. But anyways, they're playing out of Champs in Dickinson, North Dakota. They're starting with $28,500 in chips. Seat five is Eric Simpson and Timothy Jackson. They are playing out of the Texas Hold'em League out of Rochester, New York. They are the second in chips at this table with $36,000. Seat six, you guys all know them if you've been watching and paying attention to the Free Poker Network's tournaments throughout the years. Joel and Nikki Smith qualifying through three bars: the Dugout, the Salty Pickle, and Billy's Corner Bar out of Minnesota. They're starting with $27,000 in chips. Seat seven is Daniel Stepanian and Human Tajbakish. They are playing, they're from Vegas. They play in the Misfits Poker League. Daniel plays out of Aces and Ales, and Human plays out of Putters. They're starting with $24,000 in chips. Seat eight, Sandy Doherty and Matt Sargent. They're starting as the chip leader, $37,500 in chips, playing out of Seven Deuce in Aurora, Colorado. And to round off our table, a son and mother duo, Lester and Susan Hauglid, playing out of Shorewood Pub in Detroit Lakes. They're starting with $14,000 in chips. Looks like I see some pocket jacks up there. Starting with pocket jacks. So Neil and Jeff pick up pocket jacks. Eric and Timothy find a queen on the turn. They are currently in the lead. 10 on the turn. And a queen on the river. It's going to give them 3 of a kind. Oh, but Neil and Jeff steal this straight. Had a jam-packed weekend so far, or week. It is only Thursday. We've had a jam-packed week full of qualifying events. And this is our final qualifier before our main event starts tomorrow. Gonna go ahead and get started here with our second hand. It's been nothing but action thus far, which is exactly what we want. Lester and Susan picking up ace queen. First act. We're back around to the blinds. Looks like Lester and Susan will pick up the pot. Stephanie and Jacob, not sure what their cards are right now, but that is just fine. Gonna head on over to Sandy and Matt. We're gonna check the option. A check from Lester as well. So we are going to be 4 ways to a flop. Flop. Oh. Already had a flop. Jack King 8-8. Lester and Susan are going to bet 4,000.
Player 1 folds.
Stephanie's going to
Player
fold.
5 folds. 8 folds. 9 takes the hand.
Looks like Lester and Susan are going to pick up another pot. Welcome Dave and Marilyn to seat 2, coming in with 15,000 in chips.
You're going out. I can't hear you, honey.
Our first look at Maryland.
Okay.
Maryland will be first to act here.
Yes. You're 15, honey. Seat 2, your action. Seat 2 folds. Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 folds. Seat 5, 6, and 7 folds. Seat 8 folds.
Fold around to Lester
Seat
in
9
this small
calls.
blind. I think he's just going to
Seat
make
1
a call.
checks. I can't hear you. It's going all the way out. No. Okay. I can hear you now. I heard okay.
Lester will be first to act.
Seat 1 folded.
Oh, Stephanie bet 3,500, and then Lester and Susan will fold.
Okay. Okay. Small and big.
Definitely want to thank all those who are tuning in to us on Facebook and YouTube. We admittingly tried
Seat 3 folds.
two-man a pretty tough job on switching cameras and commentary, and it's a
Seat
little
5
tough
is all in.
comments. But we did start on Tuesday, May 28th, with our first qualifier,
Seat 6, 7, and 8
featuring
folds.
$1,500 in mystery bounties. The top 15% of that tournament was able to advance, either qualify for the main event or add 20K. They were already qualified. Looks like Stephanie and Jacob has King 9.
Seat 1 calls all in of 6,000. Seat 2 folds. All right, look.
Gonna
you wanna
call
flip it up
the
and over.
raise or the all-in of Eric and Timothy.
King
Pocket
9 off
deuces.
To deuces. And the flop is 3, 9,
Three
king.
King 9. Stephanie and Jacob flop 2 pair. Eric and Timothy are definitely not looking good unless they can catch a deuce and a deuce only. It's a one-outer.
King, ace of spades.
And an ace on the river
King 9
is going to knock Eric and Timothy out of this tag team event. Players were able to buy back in if they busted, but that was only before first break, and that was just not long ago. So at this point, if you run out of chips, your tournament life is over. If you remember back to January when we came out here for the 100K Vegas Championship, we had what we called pole position. Similar to that, we have the top contender of the week. And the top contender is the person with the most chips going into the main event tomorrow. They're going to win $500. Currently, we have a 4-way tie as to who has the most chips going into tomorrow with 80,000 total. And those players are Craig Ashley, plays at the Office Bar and Grill. Joel Smith, no surprise there. Laurel Smith, no relation, but she plays out of Billy's Rockford Bar, Rachel's Place. She's got 80,000 going into tomorrow. And then Tom Anderson, playing out of the Norfolk Eagles Club in Nebraska, is going to start with 80,000. Now, there is another interesting thing there. Well, we do have a host of players at 60,000. If they were to place on the final table, such as Lester Hauglid, they were to make it to the final table, they would add 20K to their chip stack and also have 80,000 in chips. But Larry Sundberg, playing out of Billy's Corner Bar, currently has 70,000 going into tomorrow. If he were to make the final table and no one else on top of the total chips, he would take first place on the top contender.
No such thing.
Once again, this is the Tag Team Championship. We are live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are absolutely excited to be back for another national championship.
Seat 8 raises 12,000.
And you may notice that I am missing a very familiar voice in the booth. Chris Hansen is not able to join us this week. Has some other work and family obligations, so not that he didn't want to be here, and I certainly do miss him. Sandy and Matt had pocket queens and got everyone else to fold.
Understand why I'm smiling and nodding.
That is our current promotion, and next time we'll see you in Vegas, the Desert Dash for cash. $100,000 in cash and guaranteed prizes.
Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 calls.
You can find all that information and more if you go to www.freepokernetwork.com on promotions, and you'll be able to see that current promotion.
Seat 4 raises to 5,000. Seat 6 folds.
Neil and Jeff are going to raise to 5,000
Seat 8 calls.
from the small blind with Queen 6, trying to perhaps steal
The flop is
the blinds, and the big blind does fold. Sandy and Matt will call.
diamonds 8 apart.
Flop comes 8 deuce king.
Seat 4 bet 6,500.
Neil and Jeff in the lead with that king queen high.
Seat 8 folds.
We'll see a bet, and then we'll see a fold.
Mama got short arms.
The FPN team left on Saturday morning, Friday afternoon of last week to make it out here to Vegas in time. And we are actually in a new part of the Golden Nugget. We are outside of the Grand Ballroom, just down the hall, past some slot machines. And this is generally used for a blackjack tournament or a blackjack pit. But the Free Poker Network has taken it over and made it our stage. So you'll notice during the stream, we'll have a rail right on the feature and final table for spectators to watch, which makes it a whole new atmosphere, plus all the foot traffic from the casino, and it really brings a different kind of life into this national championship.
Nothing. Everybody call. Just free flop, 15. The flop is King of Spades. 10 of clubs.
And it looks like we have dang near a family pot.
Check all around.
King 10 King comes out on the flop, and we're seeing a bunch of checks. And a king on the turn.
Player 6.
Wow, I can't believe everyone's in with
Player
all those less than stellar hands, but maybe the table agreed, let's have a family pot. I don't know.
Ace of Spades.
But surely the first one to bet, oh, there it is, Stephanie and Jacob with that ace are going to find the ace on the river. We'll have a full house. The only other people that may call this is
Two calls 5,000.
Dave and Marilyn. And they, well, we do see a call.
Showdown.
Pocket eights, you got a full house, but the ace on the river will give Stephanie and Jacob the check mark, and they'll
Kings full of eight.
allow them to bring in the pot.
The level hasn't changed. We got 1 minute and 23 seconds left on this level. They're asking if they can tag out. Are they able to? They still able to tag out?
After every round, you have to play one.
Player 9 folds, player 1 folds, player 2 folds.
Last night was our bar championship. Winner saw
4, 6,
got a $2,500 cash payout and a trophy and a 20K chip bonus going into Friday.
6,000.
And that person is David Vierwich. Oh boy, I'm going to get roasted in the comments on that. David V.
Flop is 5 of hearts,
from Danny's
4 of
Dugout in Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, captures the bar championship. You can find that on the Facebook
Player 8
page.
checks. Player 3 goes all in. Player
Looks like
8
David
calls.
was not qualified, but earned his seat in Friday's Step in the Ring main event by winning the bar championship.
Ace of hearts. The river. 9 of diamonds.
Just a pair of fives for Sandy and Matt.
Jack and a king. Here's like half the deck.
This board right here.
We have an all-in in the call. Is that what it was? Yes. So John and Norbert will be eliminated from the tag team tournament.
The blinds are up.
Reminder, guys, no electronics at my table.
The
If you
blinds
need
are
to
up.
talk on your phone, you must step away from the table.
The first hand of the blinds being up.
Need to talk on your phone, take up. Nice thing to do.
Where's my husband?
What's up, buddy?
What's happening?
You look like you're doing good out there.
Well, it wasn't me. I only played the first 4 orbits early on.
Looks like Matt gonna tap in Sandy.
How was the World Series streak yet? I see
Eric
both-
taps in Timothy Jackson.
It was,
Timothy playing out of the Texas Hold'em League in Rochester, New York.
that I sat
Don't deal
I
5
played 9 hands in 5
And Stephanie will tap in Jacob Karnowski.
So, I mean,
Misfits poker player playing out of Joe's Bar.
You're not here yet.
Oh, is it
Player
because
1 fold.
And Daniel might have tapped in Human,
Player 4 fold.
They're still getting your info.
also a Misfits player playing out of Putters. Nikki and Joel picking up a premium hand, Ace-Jack in the cutoff. Blinds just went up to 1,000, 2,000 with the 2,000 big blind ante.
To 11-5.
Probably a good thing I didn't pick up cards.
Nikki's going to raise to 11-5.
8 fold.
Yeah, it is.
Player 9 fold.
Lester and Susan will fold.
Now we had a queen jack. Well, yeah.
Looks like Nikki and Joel will take down that pot.
I don't want to play that game. Not when I struggle bus to get a little bit that I did get.
We do have the new players, Melissa and Andy, on seat 5.
So we're still waiting for player 5.
Well placed. B words. B-U-B-L-U-F-F word. That's okay because that's what the game's about. You gotta put them in this
Player 3 fold.
really good position betting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Player 2 fold. Player 4 fold. Player 5 calls. 2,000. Player 6 fold. Player 7 calls. Player 8 fold. Player 9 fold.
Soup.
Player 2 checks. I mean player 1 checks, sorry. The flop is 4 of spades, 4 of diamonds, queen of clubs. Player 1 checks. Player 5 checks. Player 7
See it now. Melissa and Andy are from Minnesota. They play out of Route 47 and Cedar Inn. And I was a little upset. We had Team Brad Dornberg and Jim also playing out of Cedar Inn in Minnesota. Really wanted Jim to get on the stream because he's the bar owner. And that is something we really love to highlight is our bar owners. Without them, our league would not be able to grow, would not be able to sustain itself, because that's where the majority of our leagues play is inside your local bars. So thank you to Jim, the owner of Cedar Inn, for being a part of the FPN team. Of course, I suppose I didn't even introduce myself. How rude of me. My name is Brian of the Free Poker Network. You've seen me here the last few years, calling the plays, interviewing the players, doing all the things. So looks like we will have seat 3 will be filled by Brian and Carol from Brown Pub in Illinois. Oh, Lester and Susan waking up with pocket aces, getting raised into from Sandy and Matt with pocket 6s. Daniel and Human will fold the pocket 2s. Dave and Marilyn all in originally. Lester and Susan are going to love this flop here. Hopefully. Oh, an ace in the window. That is not so good. Lester and Susan also holding. Oh, I thought, nope, both players have the clubs, but 3 spades on the flop. And 10-jack run out. Lester and Susan will eliminate our players there.
So very unfortunate. You remember, you cannot buy back in anymore. We are past that first break.
Yeah, no drinks on my table. No electronics.
All right, honey, you're gonna
But
get
with
a
each
follow-up.
elimination, we get ever closer to that, to finding the winner and getting down to our final table.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. No, 1, 3, and 4. Yes, 2 was dead. Seat 5
I'm going to go
fold.
check on real quick on how many players or teams are left in our Tag Team Championship.
Fold. Seat 3 calls. Seat 4
72 teams remain.
Seat 2.
Sounds like a long way to go, but if our feature table is any indication of the rest of the field, there's a lot of short stacks out there.
Okay, don't do a seat 3.
You're gonna kill me. I forgot to run this tip. Did you play a hand? You did, huh?
I think our stream should be live by now. We are on a 30-minute delay here at the Golden Nugget.
Seat 4. Sorry, seat 6, 7, 8 folds. Seat 9
Earlier today,
folds.
we did have the Mega
Seat 1 fold.
top 25%.
Seat 3 folds.
Had a bunch of players either qualify or add 20K to their chip stacks.
Add 2,000 to whatever you have.
27. Okay, 37.
We are now at seat 5, at seat 4 with a raise of 7,000. Seat 5 folds. Seat 9 folds. Seat 4 takes the hand. We folded it around all the way until seat 4 where the raise was 7,000. Seat 5 folded. Seat 9 folded. The pot was seat. Seat 2 is coming in. Yes. 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 9 minutes, 54 seconds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 calls, 2,000. Seat 9 calls. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2, seat 3, seat 4 folds. Seat 5 calls. Seat 6 checks. And the flop. 3 of hearts, 6 of spades, 2 of hearts. Feet 5, 6, and 8 checks.
Deuce 3-6 on the
9
flop.
checks.
No players get a piece of it.
Turn
5 on the turn. Sandy and Matt pair their 5.
5, 6, check. Feet
Melissa and Andy get the open ender.
Seat 9 bets 3,000.
4 or 9 is going to complete the straight for them.
Seat 6 folds. Seat 8.
Lester and Susan bet 3,000, seeing if anyone has any piece of that flop. And a deuce on the river is going to give Sandy and Matt the check mark. that
Seat
2
5
pair.
checks. Seat 8, seat 9 checks. Showdown. Pair of 5s. Seat 8 with the pair of 5s.
Once again, this week all culminates into our main event on Friday for the Step in the Ring National Championship. Where starting stacks were determined by pre-qualification league play, which was up to 40K chip bonus, plus there is unlimited chip bonuses earned in the qualifiers above. So I guess the absolute max that someone could get is 140,000 in chips to start.
Seat 8 folds, seat 9 folds, seat 1 folds, seat 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 folds. Seat 6
We'll see
folds,
some folds around the table.
seat 7 checks.
Flop comes King,
Seat
Jack,
9,
Ace.
Jack of clubs, ace of
Daniel
spades.
pairs the ace.
Seat 6 checks.
Nikki pairs her jack.
7 bet 6,000, seat 6 folds.
Nikki checks. We'll see a bet, and then Nikki will fold.
Two for the ante and for the big rock. Seat 9 folds. Seat 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 folds. Okay, 1 through 4. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 is all in.
Oh, Nikki and Joel all in for 22,000 around. Daniel and Human 21K to call or so. Going to get the official chip count here.
Seat 7 and 8 folds.
I didn't even know what was going on.
See some folds. Nikki and Joel will, or Nikki will pick up the pot. Definitely want to thank the Golden Nugget for opening their doors to the Free Poker Network yet again, allowing us to host all these wonderful players from literally around the country, from east to west coast, north and south, New York to Florida, from Texas, Colorado, Delaware, Kentucky, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. Throw a dart at a map of the U.S. Free Poker Network is most likely there. And if you're interested in becoming part of the league, you can head over to freepokernetwork.com, navigate to our becoming a host. You can always give the home office a call as well. We'll get you started.
Seat 1 raises to 6,000. Seat 2
Stephanie and
folds.
Jacob picking up Ace King, going to raise to 6,000.
Seat 3 calls 6,000. 6-4 folds. 6-5.
See some folds here over to Melissa and Andy.
Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds.
Sandy folds, Susan folds.
Heads up. Two
Will be two ways to a flop. Brian and Carol do call the 6,000.
10 of
Flop
spades,
comes
queen of
10,
hearts,
Jack,
diamond,
Queen, Stephanie and
seat
Jacob.
1 check.
Flop Broadway. Brian and Carol flop 2 pair. We very well might see someone get knocked out here, folks.
Seat 2 bet 6,000. Seat 3 bet 6,000.
So Jacob wondering what to do. He's going to slow play. Check. Brian and Carol are going to go ahead and bet 6,000.
Seat 3 calls.
Goes all in. Brian and Carol snap call. Oh, that's just disgusting. Terrible to see. If you're Brian and Carol, 7 on the turn. Do have 3 outs. They could hit a boat with a jack or a queen, and a 6 comes on the river. Stephanie and Jacob will knock out Brian and Carol after flopping Broadway. Wow, that is a dream hand on such a large stage. Hate to be on the opposite end of that, but ultimately every hand, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose.
Seat 3 is gone. 2 and 2 hundred. I don't have anybody in.
Wow, that's real nice for the chip stack as the blind levels increase. Not right now, but they will be increasing. You always want to be adding to your chip stack to make it less expensive when those blinds come around. Blinds still 1,000, 2,000, the 2,000 big blind ante. Looks like Nikki is probably going to be tapping in Joel. Lester and Susan will call for 1,000. Stephanie and Jacob with the option.
Seat 9 folds, but
Gonna bet, and Lester or Susan will fold. Looks like perhaps Susan's tapping in Lester. We'll see. Yep, there's Joel there on your bottom left. Joel entering the tournament with 80,000 to start his chip stack tomorrow in the main event. I believe last year Joel Smith, or I just want to say last year, but it was just a few short months ago, 6 months to be exact, when we were here for the 100K World Championship. Joel Smith won pole position, is in position to be the top contender, or one of 4 this week.
Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 folds.
Oh, Skylar Sand makes an appearance, and Matt.
Seat 7 raises to 6,000.
Or Skylar and Zach, rather. We're going to sit down with 20K
6,000.
to start. Daniel and Human raise with ace-jack suited to 6,000. Sandy and Matt will call. Lester, ace-queen. Unsuited, but he's all in for 16,000. Jacob's asking for a count. He's got pocket 6s. And it looks like we're just going to have action hand after action hand.
Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds. Seat 3 folds. I'm sorry.
Daniel and Human would be all in to call. Just 16,000 in their stack. They're going to fold. And Sandy's going to fold as well. So Lester, unbeknownst to the rest of the table, did get the best pre-flop hand with ace-queen. He's scooping in some chips.
You got too much out there.
Lester again, teammates with his mother Susan, playing out of Shorewood Pub in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Looks like Matt Sargent is going to be making his way to the table. Blinds have just gone up to 15, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. Jacob will be tapping in Stephanie.
Seat 4 folds. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 through 8 folds. Seat 9 folds. 3,000. Seat 1 calls 3,000. Seat 2 calls 3,000. Seat 3 checks.
Faye and Jack wake up with pocket aces.
Jack of spades.
We are 3 ways to a flop coming Jack 8-5.
2 goes all in.
Skylar and Zach with the gut shot, but Faye and Jack are going to go all in for 10-5, and we'll surely see some folds from the rest of the table. It's not a frozen screen. Stephanie is just really good at being extremely still. Let's seem like that for a moment. She's going to take her time here. Make Faye and Jack sweat a little bit. If they're going to get a call or not. And Stephanie's going to fold.
Button moves. Seat 2. 3,000. 3,000. Perfect. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 goes all in.
Joel's going to look down at his cards, find ace queen. They're going to be all in for 27,000.
I didn't hear what you said.
Team Daniel and Human are going to, I think they fold.
25 is the count. Seat 9 folds. Seat
So
1
we'll fold around
Seat 2 folds.
Faye and Jack. Faye and Jack will fold.
Seat 4 folds.
Zach's going to fold.
Button moves.
And Team Neil and Jeff are going to fold. So Nikki and Joel will scoop up 7,500, getting a little bit more expensive to finance your way around that table with the blinds just being up.
She always seems to have my number. That's what I'm saying. They just try to stay out of my way as best they can.
Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9
Lester and
folds.
Susan, Jack 10. They're going to fold.
Seat 1 raises to 6,000. Seat 2 goes all in. Seat 3 goes all in. Seat 4 folds. Seat 5 folds. All right, let me see which deck you call it.
You have an all-in here. team Skylar and Zach. Faye and Jack are all in, and now it's up to Stephanie and Jacob. Really, Stephanie to decide whether or not to call. It is unknown what their cards are right now. Stephanie does take her time whether she's going to fold or call. And it looks like she's calling, I think is what that is. So we're going to have 2 all-ins and a call. There it is. Stephanie's got ace-8 suited, taking away one of Skylar and Zach's outs, but Skylar and Zach take the early lead. But obviously not according to the percentages. Jack and Faye are the 50% favorite to win this hand with these suited connectors. So it'll be King Queen versus Ace 8 versus Skylar and Zach's pocket 8s. Your flop comes 4, 10, 5. Rainbow. Stephanie and Jacob are going to need runner, runner, diamonds. There's a 7. And a 6 on the river. Faye and Jack are eliminated. Skylar and Stephanie are going to split the rest of the pot with the straight 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what that adds up to, is a straight. So Faye and Jack, thank you guys for coming out to the tag team tournament. They are from the break room in Pennsylvania. And if you'd like to, head on over to the Facebook or YouTube page. I'll try to monitor those pages for comments that you guys might have, maybe some questions. Maybe you want to ask me some questions, and I'll just respond to them 30 minutes in the future. But yeah, we'll head over to the Facebook chat right now. Ed Cavacciuti, I remember you from last January. Shout out to Doug. Thanks for tuning in. Shout out to Larissa Lawson cheering on Lester. Oh yeah. Also going to shout out to Larissa Lawson. Oh, that's who I just said. Joshua Gray, Justin Paul, and Jojo Fagiano. So thank you all for tuning in tonight. We have a long way to go before we find our winner. $2,500 to the top team and the tag team belts. Very excited to see who's going to be even on our feature table or our final table. Because remember, final table is going to be qualified into tomorrow's main event. If they have already qualified, they will get an additional $20K in chips to add to their stack.
Big blind so we don't fold. Players 7 and 8 fold.
Seen a lot of fireworks here on our feature table, which is just awesome. Should be either in the low 70s numbers of players left or the high 60s for the number of players left. Melissa and Andy will call 1,500. Joel and Nikki will check in the big blind. Flop comes 4, 9, ace. Joel will pair his 4. We'll see a check from Andy, and Joel will bet. Andy will fold.
What's your chip count? I just wanted to make sure what I had was correct. 23.5.
Then we'll head over to the YouTube comments. Give a shout out and a thanks for tuning in to Christine Winters and Angela Anderson.
Well, hi, darling. Welcome.
I guess I'll play now that
Switch
Joel's
out.
in. Yeah, yeah. I didn't want to play with Nikki.
And don't forget, whether you're watching on Facebook, that's great, but do us a favor and head over to YouTube. Please like and subscribe to our YouTube page. Our goal is to get to 1,000 subscribers, and I think then we get to start really monetizing our streams, and we could make millions, I believe, is how that works. Of course not, but we do want to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. That is a big goal for us, just to help grow the league and have more of a presence online when we do go live.
C5 raises. C4 raises 6. 7 folds.
Neil will raise to 6,000. We'll see folds
7,000.
around to Stephanie with ace-9 suited. 3,000 more to call. And it looks like she will make the call. So ace-9 suited versus ace-10 suited. And if you're watching a certain basketball game, probably change the channel because it's looking extremely grim with the Wolves down 29 points in the third quarter. I'm glad I have been working to not watch this because that looks awful. But all right, 4-8-9 on the flop, 2 spades. Stephanie pairs the 9 in a flush draw to go along with it.
7 of diamonds.
7 on the turn gives Neil and Jeff the open ender.
C1 bets 15,000.
He's gonna bet, I think it was 15,000. Neil gonna sit in the think tank here. 43,000 in the chip stack. That's gonna be just around a third, we'll call it, a third of the chip stack to call. Looks like Melissa is tapping in from Team Melissa and Andy. And Neil is going to lay it down. Stephanie's going to be pulling in some more chips. We've eclipsed the 100,000 chip mark here on our live stream broadcast. Stephanie and Jacob, the first ones to do it. They're sitting in a very good position right now to make a nice little run here on our tag team tournament. Don't forget, winners will get $2,500 cash and the highly coveted tag team belt. Belts, rather. There's 2 of them.
I just watched it again. 49.5. C9 fold, C1 fold, C3 fold.
It's like Stephanie might be tapping Jacob in.
Raise to 7.
Neil has tapped Jeff in.
C4,
So nice little rotation of players here.
C7 fold. C8 calls 7,000.
I'm not sure exactly what the strategies are of tapping in your player, your other player, other than just to give them some time. Maybe you've had a predetermined number of orbits until each player rotates. Maybe if someone's just running real good on the cards, they keep them on there until go card dead.
5 of hearts.
Sandy and Matt will pick up the 5 on the turn.
4,000.
Bet from Jeff here might
15,000.
put Sandy and Matt off, but they don't get a chance to. Oh no, Jeff will raise to 15,000. And with just a pair of 5s, what is Matt going to do? That's kind of a tough call. He's going to fold, so Jeff stealing that pot from Matt of Team Sandy and Matt. Jeff Gabb, no stranger to running deep in poker tournaments, has taken first place at our Fat Fish, Fat Stacks poker Dakota Poker Tour tournament out in Dickinson, where Jeff resides. And not only that, but I've seen Jeff at pretty much every Free Poker Network national championship that I've been a part of. And it's been a few now. Stephanie did not tap in Jacob. She still maybe got stand up to stretch the legs real quick.
All right, here we go. Seat 1 fold. Seat 3 through 5 fold. Seat 6 fold. Seat 7 fold. Seat 8 call. 3,000. Seat 9 raises to 8,000. Seat 8 calls. 8,000.
Oh, Lester and Susan waking up with pocket aces. Sandy and Matt called for 5,000 more with just 5 deuce.
King of spades, 6 of hearts, 7 of hearts.
With a flop like that, though, I don't think Sandy and Matt are going to go very far in this hand. We'll see a check. We could see a check from Lester, but doesn't look like that. He grabs a handful of chips, throws him in the center, and Matt is going to fold instantly. And here we'll get a little update of our chip count. There's Stephanie and Jacob on top with 112,000. Daniel and Human hanging on by an absolute thread. They have just enough to finance the small, or the big blind, and the big blind ante, but they cannot afford the small blind. You want to chop the math up that way. Just 6,500 left in their stack. They are going to need to make a play now if they want a chance to stay alive in this tournament. Sandy and Matt and Skylar and Zach, their time is ticking as well, just like the clock's ticking in this room. You won't understand that joke, but the rest of us in here will. Fill you in on it later.
6 and 7 folds, 8.
Ian Joel, 3,000 to call with 10-4. They'll fold. Sandy and Matt all in for 20,000. Lester, 18.5 to call. He'll fold. What does Stephanie and Jacob have?
20,000 is the
That's the question. Is it good enough to call?
Do we have Colorado out there anywhere? Are you both out there? Colorado? Do you have a partner in here? Yeah, she does. Where? Right there? Oh, then Colorado's at my table. That's what I just asked.
blinds are up to 2, 3, and 3 next year.
Stephanie has King 8.
Seat 1 fold.
Stephanie wondering, Sandy and Matt maybe just don't have a very good hand and they're just shoving with any 2 cards. It's not quite at that level. We're going to have some newcomers to the table. Rachel and Gary of 6, playing out of 6 poppers in Delaware. There is our beloved Delawareans. If you may not remember, but our Delawareans were staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning to watch our national championship in January on the live stream. So I was hoping to see some Delawareans out here. But Rachel and Gary will come in with 34,500 in chips. Again, we are at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are out on the floor, the casino floor. Our feature table is. We are not in the ballroom this time. So we have slot machines just 30 feet away from the table. We've got Red Sushi restaurant just down the hall from us, and it's just a really cool atmosphere because we get all the foot traffic from people walking through the casino to see what's going on, and just a new experience for the players as well. Definitely a lot louder out there than it is in the ballroom based on where we are located in the casino. Sandy and Matt wake up to pocket 10s. They'll raise to 6,000. Stephanie and Jacob, Jack King offsuit. 4,500 to call. I think they do make the call. Rachel and Gary, 3,000 more will make the call. Flop comes 9 ace queen. Stephanie and Jacob almost again flopping the nuts in Broadway. Stephanie with the big draw. Looks like she's going to bet.
Seat 1 bet 7,000. Seat 2 folds. Seat 8 folds. But moves.
Stephanie bets and everyone else folds. All right, it's later, so I can tell you about the clicking and ticking inside joke. Our control room is located in what was once a jewelry store. And for some reason, the lights that we've narrowed it down to the lights that are installed in here constantly put out a ticking noise as if there's watches and clocks all around us. So whoever made these lights made them specifically for just a jewelry store or a clock store, and not as background noise for us in here in our control booth.
Seat 5 folds.
Stephanie will tap out and bring in her partner Jacob. Again, they are Misfits players, locals here from Vegas, playing out of Joe's Bar.
Seat 1 call. Fold.
Nikki and Joel will raise to 10,000.
Call 10,000.
Jacob calls the 10,000 with ace 10. Zach with suited connectors, just 7,000 more to call, but that is a large portion of their chip stack. At this point, as we know, they are very low on chips. It's going to be all in or nothing. You can't really afford a call, especially in a raised pot. And with just a few big blinds to go, yeah, he's just going to fold. He is in the big blind, so just paid 6,000 to play that hand. Be paying
10-4 queen of hearts.
10-4 queen, all hearts on the flop. Nikki and Joel with the flush draw. Looks like Nikki tapped in Joel.
Seat
Joel will check. Jacob bets 6,000. Just gonna fold. Don't want to chase any flush draws, especially with just 24K in his stack. Blinds are up to 2,000, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. Seemed weird to me, but that's what we're going with. That's the structure that we have in play. Lowest denomination chip out there is 500. I believe those are the reds.
Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 is all in. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds. Seat 1 folds.
Oh, Nikki and Joel with pocket tens are all in. Rachel and Gary with big slick all in to call. And Skylar and Zach, you can't wait for a better hand. Just 15,000 left in your stack. You're going to have to put it all in at some point, unfortunately. Rachel and Gary are also holding a king, which would remove one of Skylar and Zach's outs. That is folding behavior right there. The other component of a tag team tournament is, do I want to be the one that goes all in and knocks this team out? Or do I want to hold on for dear life, try to run this up, and then let my other partner possibly knock us out? But eventually, you're going to just have to make the decision, especially with just 15K left in your stack, that it's time to gamble, baby. That's why we're in Vegas. Can see the frustration from Zach here. If it's time to go all in or call to all in, call to be all in, there it is. I mean, King Queen, you really can't find a better spot with so few chips. But who knows? Maybe just a queen comes out there and then all of a sudden you're tripled up. That's the other thing. You know, 2 all-ins and you'd be the third one. You could potentially triple up here, which would put you from 15,000 to 45,000, which now you're starting to get a little bit more of a dangerous stack. Our dealer just getting making all the chips right, I think, or getting all the correct counts.
All right, my loves, if you will, all flip it up and over. We got ace king. I can't reach it. King queen.
So ace king versus queen king versus pocket tens. 5, 10, 8 on the flop. Joel and Nikki trips. king on the turn is going to give the check mark to Joel and Nikki. They are going to eliminate Skylar and Zach and Rachel and Gary. Joel and Nikki with a very dangerous chip stack. They're up to about 73,000 now. Holy cow. You know, Joel being a two-time national champion and winning tons and tons of poker tournaments and of just a force in the free poker network. And it definitely takes luck at the right time. But it also takes a lot of skill to put yourself in the positions where you can come out on top and start accumulating chips. So that very well could have gone either way. You know, you just see a king or a queen out there, and Nikki and Joel are walking away from this tournament empty-handed.
Seat 6 fold, seat 7 fold, seat 8 fold.
So Susan of Lester and Susan, they were very aggressive in the beginning of our broadcast here.
9 raises.
Haven't really caught much for hands.
Seat 4 cost 6,000.
We'll see what they can do here with this this high ace. Neil and Jeff will call the raise of 6,000 by Susan. Listen, Andy will call as well. Queen 9-4. Neil and Jeff pair their queens.
Player 5 folds, player 9 folds. Button moves to seat 4.
Give some more shout outs over there on the Facebook page. Jennifer Ann cheering on Andy Lagarde. Kimberly Seegermark, yep, Delaware represent. We love when the Delawareans come out to Vegas. For those of you that don't know, Delaware is on the opposite side of the United States of America. So it's a long ways. Amanda Abbott cheering for Gary and Rachel. Going to find out by now that they're no longer in the tournament. Calvin Chandler cheering on son and mom.
Seat 8 folds, seat 9 folds.
Oh, that would be Lester and Susan.
Seat 1 folds, seat 4 folds, seat 5
Guess we'll
folds.
give some shout outs over on the YouTube page. Give those people some love as well. Branson Vall cheering on Carol and Brian. Christine Winters, we shouted you out earlier. We're going to do it again. Thanks for tuning in. Sherry Giorzi cheering on Jacob and Stephanie. Must be some Vegas locals. And Terry Jaglarski.
To a diamond. Seat 5 check.
Joel pairing his sevens back to the action.
Seat 5 folds.
And I just keep glancing at this Wolves game, and it is abysmal. There's no chance. No chance. There was our next promotion, the Desert Dash for Cash. $100,000 in cash and prizes guaranteed. Very much so looking forward to coming back out to Vegas. Your qualifying seasons for that are spring and summer. That would be what we're in right now is spring. How to qualify. Place top 10% on the leaderboard in any season or league. Become the league champ. Win the Tournament of Champions. Invites to weekly and monthly national qualifiers on Play FPN online. It's playfpn.online. Plus other ways to qualify We have scratch poker cards, perfect attendance drawings, bonus events, and other sponsor bonuses. So every time you qualify, you earn more chips in the final. In those weekly poker games at your local bar, the top 3 in every game earns entry to the weekly online qualifier. So that's a component to the Free Poker Network that I should probably talk about more. I haven't yet, so I do apologize for not getting that information out there. Daniel and Human picking up a pair of 2s and a couple of 6s. All in for 2,500. Joel's just going to call. He's got some chips to spare. Going to need to fade an ace or an 8. There's 2 pair for Daniel and Human. And that's going to allow them to double up. Through Nikki and Joel. So the Free Poker Network is a 100% free-to-play bar league. It doesn't cost you a dang thing. Just show up weekly, play in the games, place well, and it is theoretical and kind of likely even that you could free roll your way to winning a national championship here in Vegas. I don't believe we've seen it yet, because winning any poker game is hard. But it's possible. We'll look forward to the day that someone completely free rolled their way through to the national championship and won. We could see it this weekend. Never know. Let me go ahead and get an update on number of teams left in our match. Looks like 45 players remain. Our blinds are about to go up. And our next break is going to be in about 40 minutes. Blinds are probably going to go up next hand. Forgot to look at what it was, probably 2-4-4. Sandy and Matt pair their aces, Neil and Jeff, with the flush draw, the ace high flush draw. There's 9 outs for them. Sandy and Matt are all in. Jeff and Neil call. So we might see an elimination here. We'll see a 5 of hearts on the turn. 9 outer, 7 on the river. Neil and Jeff with the flush will knock out Sandy and Matt. That brings us down to 1 less team in this tournament. I would definitely imagine we are going to be seeing some new teams on this table. Being we're down, I think 3 seats.
Seat 7 is the dealer, but seat 8 is the dead blind. It's a dead small blind. Seat 9 is the big blind, the 4,000. I don't know. We need to. Yes, 2, 4, and 4.
Yes, blinds are up 2,000, 4,000 with the 4,000 big blind ante.
Seat 1 folds. Seat 4 calls, 4,000. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 and 7 folds. raises to 8,000. Seat 4 calls 8,000. 2 players to the flop.
Susan will raise to 8,000 over to
10 of spades, 3 of diamonds.
Neil and Jeff.
Ace of clubs.
Pair their ace on the board.
Seat 9 bets 10,000. Seat 4 folds. They are. They're 2, 4, and 4 ready. Yeah. I'm sorry. I got 2 players.
Looks like we might have some new players coming to the table.
Are they in?
We'll get their names and chip counts here very soon.
You can unrack for it, man. You can put them up under you. No, you're fine. I was just telling him he can unrack.
I'm gonna go give
You want to be in?
so while we enter in our new players, we'll just wait. Yeah, how about that? I got their names here. Seat 3 will be Bob and Steve. They're coming to the table with 23,000. Seat 2 will be Mark and Connor with 91,500. Looks like Mark and Connor are also Vegas locals. Oh, and Bob. I know that friendly face.
Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 through 7 folds. Seat 9 calls. Seat 1 raises to 8,000. Seat 9 calls 8,000. 2 players to the flop. Six of spades, 9 of clubs, king of diamonds.
King 6-9 on the flop. Lester and Jacob or I should say Susan and Jacob both catch a piece of that flop.
Seat 1 bets 8,000.
Jacob the better part of it with middle pair.
Seat 9 folds.
We're going to see a bet from Jacob, 8,000. Susan's going to fold.
Button moves to 9. We are 4 and 4.
It's like Susan's going to tap Lester back in.
You just sit them there and let them stand for a couple of seconds so they can read. All right, loves, here we go. You're okay, baby.
And I think we got everything entered in. We are ready for our next hand. Team Bob and Steve will be first to act.
Your action, love.
And Bob and Steve come to the feature table, waking up to Ace King. Not a bad hand to start your time here on our feature table. Hopefully he'll be making a big splash. Maybe see a double up. 32,000 in his chip stack, and he's gonna just call for 4,000.
Seat 5 calls.
Melissa will call as well. Joel's gonna fold.
Seat 8. Seat 9
On over to Lester. We'll probably see his fold there, and we do. And then Jacob, most likely fold.
Seat 2 checks.
So both blinds fold, or check. Mark and Connor will check with 4-3.
Thank you, baby. got 3 players to the flop.
Flop comes 6-4 deuce, all spades. Mark and Connor actually caught the best part of that with middle pair on the 4s.
Bet 6,000.
Kind of a sneaky pair there, and oh my.
Seat 3 folds. Seat 5 folds. Button move. Button tier.
And once again, there's our next promotion, or our current promotion, Desert Dash for cash. Can't wait to come back out here and compete for another national championship. Who's going to be the winner? I don't know. But I don't even think I've mentioned this yet. I'm failing my job. What we're playing for this weekend, tomorrow, the main event, 3 $12,500 prize packages to the richest poker tournament in the land. So that's what we're playing for, top 3, plus tons of other cash. I want to say top 36 players will get paid. I thought I saw that.
Here we go.
All right, and I think I guess someone hit their head on the camera, so we had that adjusted, and now we are back in the action.
Seat 6 folds.
Melissa folded, and I think we
Seat 7 folds.
folded around to Lester. He'll fold. Jacob tapped Stephanie back in.
Seat 2 calls.
Players might tag their partner in after every blind level. But here we are, Jack, ace, ace on the flop. No help to either player. Looks like Bob tapped in his partner, Steve.
Seat 3 folds. Button move.
Really, Connor?
And we see a bet and a fold.
Fuck that. No. No.
We very well might see a tap in here as well.
All right, Mr. Connor, can you push that button out for me, baby, so it's visible? Thank you, sweetie. Seat 5 folds.
Nick and Joel,
Seat 6
King 10,
raises to
4,000 to
seat
call.
5,
Looks like they
7 folds.
will raise it up to 10,500.
10-5. Seat 1 costs 10,000.
Stephanie with the smooth call. We have a new face as well from Team Mark and Connor. Steve will fold. Deal will fold.
And 4 folds. 2,000 change.
So we'll be 2 ways to the flop.
To the flop.
Queen 4-9,
Queen of spades.
2 spades. Stephanie and Jacob pick up the flush draw. And pair their fours. I don't catch that all the time. We'll see a check by Joel. Stephanie will reach for some chips here.
9 bets, 8,000. Six folds, 8,000 to 8,000.
So we see a check, a bet, and then Joel will fold. So Stephanie and Jacob will take down that pot.
You're 2,000, man, not 15.
Gotta keep you honest.
Turns into a misdeal.
She's positive.
Trying to get away with everything.
Miss Dillon. Seat 6 raises to 12. Seat 7 folds. Seat 9 folds.
9.
No, baby, the bid is 12,000. Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 costs 12. Seat 3 folds.
You like it?
Absolutely. Seat 4 folds. Seat 5 folds. 2 players to the flop. Hands up. Ten of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 5 of hearts. Seat 6 checks. Seat 2 checks. To the turn. 9 of spades. Seat 6 bets 1,800. 18,000 cookies. Seat 2 costs 18. To the river. 6 of diamonds.
All right, so we're going to be blind this hand. Looks like Joel is
6 moves all in.
shoving all in.
Seat 2 folds.
Not quite the hand we want to miss, but due to some kind of technical difficulty,
The button is in seat 4. Yes.
like Joel will win.
4 and 4 level 11 with 4 minutes left on the clock. 2, 4, 4. 500, which is the red chip. I didn't hear you. Yes.
And we are back with some more action here.
Seat 7 fold.
Fold over to Lester. Lester and Susan picking up King 10 offsuit. Lester's going to
Seat 9 calls.
make the call.
Seat 2 calls.
Mark and Connor will make the call.
Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 calls.
We'll see a call from
5 folds.
Jeff, and Melissa will fold as well.
4 players to the flop.
Nikki and Joel will flop. Comes 9, 10, Jack.
Clubs, Jack of spades. Seat 6 checks.
Lester and Susan pair their 10s.
9 bets, 9,000.
They will lead out.
Seat 2
Mark
folds.
and Connor will fold.
4 folds. 6 folds. Button moves.
See folds all the way around, and Lester will take down a pot. So was quiet for a while, and now Lester's back, pulling chips into his chip stack. And just in the nick of time, because next hand, Lester will be in the big blind.
We're gonna go with no. Yes. No, it is. I think she flashed.
You heard that?
I think she
I tried to keep it to myself.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Lines will be going up next hand to 3-6-6, but we got Lester and Susan.
We cannot show our nipples on
Right
camera,
now.
thank God.
36 players remain. Lester and Susan will fold.
Seat 9, seat 1 fold.
We see a call from Mark and Connor.
Seat 2 calls 4,000. Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 raises to 14.5.
Now it's up to Melissa. She's going to
Seat
fold.
5 folds. Seat 6 folds.
Right away, I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure no. Then I was like, oh wait, the only person, the only one person at the table.
So we'll go 2 to the flop.
Seat 2 folds and the button moves.
Right? Nope. We're going to go just they're going to fold. So Neil will be pulling in some chips for his team, Neil and Jeff.
Thanks for making this table fun.
Oh, we got 8 seconds left to do
Yeah, right? I'm over here just stressed out.
I'm so sorry.
You have nothing to apologize
I'm so
for.
sorry.
At all. Nothing to apologize for, baby. It wasn't intentional.
If it would have been, that would have been even more fun.
4,000. Seat 1 costs 4,000.
Stephanie will fold there.
Seat 3 folds.
See folds there.
Seat 4 calls. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 and 7 calls.
Action is now
Seat 9 checks.
Jick,
5
What?
players to the flop.
Nikki and Joel will call. So we got calls all around and a check of the option.
5 of hearts. King of spades. 10 of hearts.
We'll see a check there. Check from Lester.
7 and 9 check. Seat 1 bets 8,000.
Stephanie's going to bet. To the tune of 8,000. Neil will fold.
Seat 6 calls 8,000. Seat 7 folds.
Joel
Seat 9
folds.
2 players to the turn.
Daniel and Human fold.
2 of clubs. Seat 1 check. Seat 6 bet 16.
Nikki and Joel do pick up top pair there.
16. Yes.
Stephanie and Jacob will bet. Joel will bet 16,000. Stephanie 16K to call.
Folds, button move.
And she will make the fold with second pair.
I know I have to repeat it because my accent is so thick. It's Mississippi. It's thick, honey. It's thick. But all right. Yes. Big blind, sweetheart. 6. We're at 366. 366.
And blinds are now up to 3,000, 6,000 with the 6,000 big blind ante.
That's one. One more time.
Team Mark and Connor first to act this hand.
See 2 folds.
See folds around
3 and 4 folds.
to Melissa, who's looking down at King Queen.
5 goes
It's
all
not a bad
in.
hand.
Uh-uh.
All in for 29,000.
Seat 6, seat 7 folds.
Lester's going to
9
fold.
folds.
And we'll see what Stephanie has.
21,000 is the bid. Seat 1 calls. All right, love, if you will. Flip
Stephanie
it
will make the
over
call.
for me. We got Jack
And she's
9
going to
suited,
quickly
Queen,
flip over.
Jack 9
It was the best photo
suited,
I've seen.
heart. All right.
All right, so Stephanie and Jacob had Jack 9 suited of hearts.
Flop.
Nearly an insta-call. 10 ace deuce on the flop. Melissa and Andy are just staying alive. They did flop Broadway. Do not want to see a jack right now for Stephanie.
And the river.
And a 10 on the river
Club.
is going to give the check mark to Melissa and Andy. They're going to double up through our chip leaders, Stephanie and Jacob.
Oh, that's all. That's it.
So a nice one there for Melissa, and
I thought for sure.
maybe we can get a chip count update.
Yeah.
And there we are, Stephanie and Jacob, and they might be a little bit off. Just know it's a little bit with a grain of salt. Stephanie and Jacob, not as much of a commanding chip lead as they had before, 103,000. Mark and Connor just dipping at their heels with 101,000. But Daniel and Human, Bob and Steve, Lester and Susan, all in kind of grave trouble. Melissa and Andy right at the cusp too. But we're going to be seeing some all-ins here from Daniel and Human in no time.
Nice hand.
Seat 3 is all in.
There's an all-in right there from Bob and Steve.
Seat 4. Seat 4 folds. Seat 5 is all in. Seat 6, 7.
Melissa and
folds.
Andy are all in. Oh my goodness.
Seat 1 folds.
Is Stephanie going to call? She's been calling a lot of all-ins. She will fold.
You will flip it up and over. We got ace deuce. Ace jack.
So ace deuce versus ace jack. Flop is coming. 4-5 queen.
5 of diamonds. Queen of spades.
No help, but Melissa and Andy are in a dominant lead. A 9 on the turn. Bob and Steve have a 4 out or a deuce or a 3, and there's a 4 on the river. Melissa and Andy will eliminate Bob and Steve
And we love your shirt.
from this tag team tournament here.
Your shirts are amazing.
I think they wore these shirts last year as well. What does it say again? It's father-son FPN Tag Team. Steve Schreiner
We're holding
Snow Goose. I'm the son. They're from Minnesota, and there's Bob. I'm the father. So Bob Schreiner and Steve Schreiner knocked out of this tournament. And it sounds like we are down to not 30 some players, and we might be redrawing. So we're going to go ahead, and it seems like we're going to take a break. Is that correct? We're taking a break? Okay. So I think we're going to take a very short break and redraw. We're going to reshuffle players around. We're live from the Golden Nugget here in Las Vegas. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the Tag Team Championship here at the FPN Step in the Ring National Championship Poker Tournament. We're live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We just did a reshuffle of all the players on the table. No small task whatsoever, but we did it, and we have all survived. We're going to go ahead and introduce all of our new players with our updated chip counts.
Seat 1 costs 12K. Seat 2 folds. Seat 3 folds. I need both cards, baby, to fold. I gotta have both of them. 3 players going to the flop, 1 all in. Seat 4 folding. We got 3 players to the flop. Seat 5 is all in. 9 and 1. And here's the flop. Jack of spades, ace of hearts, 4 of diamonds. Seat 9 checks. Seat 1 bets 22,000. Seat 9 folds. I need both hands up, please. We got king 10 suited to ace 3. To the
We got an all in here by Vicky and Gary. Ace 3. We're not going to see them maybe very long on the stream. And a spade on the river. Noel and Paul, chip leaders at the table, are going to eliminate Vicky and Gary in one fell swoop. Hardly a chance to introduce them. That is Vicky and Gary Hutchison. They play out of St. Pappy's and Poker in the Woods in Pennsylvania. As you saw, they just had 12,000 in chip. And that is a great segue introducing our chip leader at the table, Noel Batres and Paul Hammonds. They are from Illinois, play out of Corrals in O Street. They have now over 200. I had 259,000. They're about 272 now, plus maybe some blinds and antes. Seat 2, we have Chris Nelson playing out of Route 65 in Minnesota, and Darren playing out of Bismarck. He wasn't at the table for me to get all of his information, but playing out of Bismarck could be Pub 21, could be Bismarck Amvets, but they're starting with 24,500 in chips. Seat 3, they just moved over 2 seats. That is still Stephanie and Jacob playing out of Joe's Bar here in Las Vegas. They are a part of the Misfits Poker crew. They were at 120,000. Mark and Connor also shifted over a few seats. Also playing out of Joe's Bar in Las Vegas, 58,500. Just saw Vicky and Gary eliminated.
Seat 2 folds. Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 folds. Seat 6 folds. Button move.
There. I just realized I goofed on the positions because I didn't realize it at the table. But anyways, Tom Anderson and Larry Hoffman are in seat 8. They're both from Norfolk Eagles Club in Nebraska, starting with about 94,000. And then back to seat 7, Elizabeth Walker and Becca Brinkman playing out of Don's Corner Bar in Dundas, Minnesota. Becca Brinkman is a host of a Free Poker Network League night there at Don's. So we want to thank all of our hosts as well as the bar owners. Without them, none of this would be possible. Rounding off our table is John and Kelly. Peden.
Seat 7 check.
Husband and wife combo playing out of Backstreet Tavern and Steel Tips in Aurora, Colorado. They started with 44,000. What's happening on the screen? Bunch of calls. 5 to a flop. Deuce, 8-6. Noel and Paul pick up the pair.
Seat 6 check.
We'll see a check.
7 check.
Elizabeth and Becca will check. Opening the door for Noel to throw some chips out there in the middle.
Seat 1 bet 16,000.
See if he probably wants to just induce some folds here. Jacob is going to fold. He did bet 16,000. Mark and Connor will fold.
7 and 6 folds. Seven is still in it.
Becca and Elizabeth will fold as well. So Noel, our chip leader, just getting a little bit richer. So that's always good. You could be looking at our future Tag Team Championship champions. That is definitely a very nice chip stack, 328,000. We are going to see Elizabeth, Mark, John, and Chris. Those teams are going to be making some moves here soon with the blinds up to 3,000, 6,000, and a 6,000 big blind ante. It is nearly time, if not it for sure is time, to go all in or nothing. We'll be transparent with you as well on the tournament itself. We have about less than 13 minutes, and we will be going on a scheduled break. That I think we shuffled because we got down to probably 36 players. So we reshuffled all the tables, and it just so happened to be 13 minutes before a scheduled break. Noel and Paul, pocket sevens, raises to 13,000. Jacob, big slick, 13K to call. Is he going to raise, though? I would be thinking he's going to raise. Might be a smooth call. No, those are a bunch of blues. I believe those are 5K each. It's going to raise it up to 26,000. We'll see folds around the table. Back to Noel and Paul. This is Noel of Noel and Paul. Noel just 13,000 more. He's going to make the call.
Heads up to the flop.
So we'll go to a flop. Flop comes Queen 6-3.
Queen of spades, 6 of spades, 3 of diamonds.
Noel still ahead with a middle pair. That queen definitely is scary, but we'll see how Noel navigates the waters here.
Seat 1 bets 26,000.
Nice stiff bet of 26,000. Gonna make Jacob think here for a little bit. And he is just gonna fold. The pig does not go with it. The pig is the card protector. So Noel breaking in a 41K pot, 369,000 in his chip stack. He is going to be eclipsing the 400K mark if this trend keeps up. I do believe at break we will also chip up and take off the red 500 denominations.
Yes. The color represents the break. Also got a break in 3 minutes.
I want to thank all of our FPN players for coming out because this tournament started on Tuesday, not the tag team, but our whole event started on Tuesday with some qualifiers at a 6 p.m. qualifier. Then Wednesday was 2 qualifiers. Earlier today, we had a qualifier, mega top 25%. The bar championship was last night. We awarded $2,500 to the winner there. And today, another $2,500 for the tag team champions. Jacob taps in Stephanie into the ring. She'll call the 6,000. See Tom and Larry make the call for 3,000 more. John and Kelly will check. Flop comes 4 ace deuce. Stephanie in the lead with pocket fives, and that looks like a straight draw if my math does me correct. We see checks around to Stephanie. It's gonna bet.
Sweetheart, you cannot have your phone out like at all.
Take it out. Take it out.
At all.
This is live stream. You cannot have that phone.
We got folded all the way back around to seat 3 with a 15,000 raise.
Kick you out of the truck. You know, you got
You
two.
did? Yeah, seat 3 bet 15,000. Everybody else folded. Okay. All right, push that button for me, love.
There, and Stephanie and Jacob will.
Fuck you.
Oh! Dirty play there. Dirty play.
No, it's me. He pushed it.
Somebody's,
That was
They said you can't say the F
maybe
word.
we'll call it a blow below the belt.
Freaking A.
Okay, we can take that one. Language,
Where am I at?
Language. Children
Not even
is
looking at
right.
the right
If you
sheet.
keep it clean, you gotta keep it clean.
Mark and Connor shoving the chips away from Stephanie. They are from Misfits, so I think that was all friendly play there.
Absolutely. Okay. And you my big blind, baby. This is the last hand before break.
So I'm 6 and 6.
You are big blind, sweetheart. 6 and 6. And then register your cards for me. Seat 2.
So Chris and Darren
Your red chip out front for me,
fold.
sweetheart.
And we might have
Yes,
perhaps one more hand until we go on break. A couple more hands at least.
Call. Seat 3 and 4 call. Seat 6 goes all in.
Mark and Connor will call for 6,000 more with pocket twos. Aaron and Larry are all in for 62,000. Tom and Larry, 62K to call.
Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds.
See folds. Noel will fold. Stephanie will surely fold.
Let me get you an accurate count. That's 50. 65. 65 is the bet.
See here, Mark and Connor will be all in to call after Stephanie folded. With just 25,000 in the chip stack, it's 15K just to finance your way around. But in an all-in like that, you got to think your pocket twos are probably not so good.
Anything specific you need from me right now, man?
And it looks like we are on break. So we are going to do the same thing. We will be back when we come back from break, which is, yeah, we're out here at Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget. Thank you all for tuning in. See you very shortly.
On me. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in the ring here live in Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget Casino. Thank you for tuning in. We have had quite the feature table going on right here. Tons of knockouts and plenty of chips being exchanged over the felts. We got Noel and Paul in that one seat with our massive chip lead over 300,000. We're going to see an all-in right away from Tom and Larry with ace-7. John and Kelly also with ace-7. Over there in the 9 seat. So we'll see. Players are just getting back from break. And we do have the all-in to call from Tom and Larry. We see folds. Chris and Darren are all in for 16,500. So 4-3 versus ace-7, king 6-6 on the flop. A 3 on the turn. Chris and Darren pair their threes. 86% favorite on the hand. And a deuce of spades on the river. So we avoid elimination there. Going all in with 4-3 just goes to show any two cards can win. There's our upcoming promotion there, the Desert Dash for cash. 100K in guaranteed prizes. Current promotion going on through our summer or spring and summer sessions. And if you'd like to find out where you can play in the Free Poker Network leagues, go to freepokernetwork.com. And if you don't find a league near you, you can start your own with the interest of players in your area. One thing I've learned is people play poker from all over the country. I don't know that. Oh, Stephanie is being moved. That's what's happening. So Stephanie and Jacob are going to be just moved off our feature table. I thought for a second they got booted, kicked out, but they had a pretty good chip stack, so that's not the case. Darren and Larry picking up pocket twos. They'll call for 8K. 35K left in the stack. Elizabeth and Becca are going to need to decide probably just to go all in here. We're just going to fold. Remember, our final table will qualify, if they haven't yet, into our main event tomorrow. And we are playing down to a winner tonight. Winning team will take home $2,500 and the highly coveted championship belts. And we see an all-in here from Chris and Darren for $45,000 about. Mark and Connor go all in. Now it's up to Darren and Larry with pocket twos. 37K to call. I mean, not a great hand, pocket twos, but it is a pocket pair. getting so Darren and Larry will fold over to Noel and Paul in the 1 position. Ace 7.
We have all in, 4 is all in for less, and seat 1 has called.
So Noel will call our chip leader. Spikes an ace here on the flop, and he could knock out 2 teams in one fell swoop. King, queen of diamonds, 10-7 and ace 7. Of course, Noel does have one of Connor's outs. That is the 7. He only has 1 live card in the 10. Your flop, jack in the window, 4, ace, jack. Noel spikes the ace. Are those 3 diamonds? Oh my gosh, Chris and Darren flop the flush. They're gonna double up through Noel and knock Mark and Connor out. There is a 3% chance he wins here, and that's probably another ace or jack for the full house. 4 of hearts on the river. And that is going to eliminate Mark and Connor. Chris and Darren will double up through Noel and Paul. Chris and Darren starting this hand with not many chips, now up to 123,000 in their stack. Elizabeth and Becca will fold. On over to our 9 seat. Noel, 8,000 to call. I believe he does make the call. Now they do fold. Chris and Darren, ace jack suited, will raise to 18,000. Sorry, Noel calls. Chris and Darren raise to 18,000. Noel has 10K to call, and he does make the call. 2 players to the flop. 9-8-9. Noel staying in the hand, and it pays off. Flops trips. He's going to check, and Chris and Darren are going to be aggressive here, and they are going to regret it. Let's see if Noel just calls the 18,000 bet. I don't know if it's time for a check raise. Keep trapping him in there, but he's going to make him uncomfortable right away with a massive raise. Raise to 50,000. Arguments could be made that's a little bit of an over bet and trying to make it seem like he's stealing the pot. But Chris and Darren are a little bit wiser than that. Without pairing or seeing any other spades on the board, just going to fold. And Noel and Paul up to 360,000 in chips. There's a little shot of our audience. This year's is super awesome because we have that rail. We are basically on the casino floor. We got a whole rail perfect for viewing. Even comes complete with a flop cam, so the audience can see what's on the board. That's something else that's new to our set this year. Is the flop cam, as you've been seeing all day long thus far. There's our upcoming promotion. Currently going on right now, our spring and summer is when you get to compete in the Desert Dash for Cash. Be back here in Las Vegas for that.
They're bringing down another table. Just bringing it to the table.
No, is this odd to be behind doing this? When you helped me over
Yeah,
there.
I've never done this. It's weird.
And you're usually pretty loose, so I suppose you gotta.
I'm fine. I just don't want to go before you tell me not to.
Oh, it sounds like we have eliminated enough players and we are breaking a table. I think that brings us down to 2. Bring us to 18 teams total. Unless another team has busted. Go take a look at the action out here. What was once 123 teams, we are down to, I believe, 18. So we are down to 2 tables remaining. Stephanie and Jacob from Vegas are coming back to the table. They were not one of the eliminations, and it is loud out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute ruckus crowd. The audience is growing on our rail. This is a buzz from the audience like we have not seen, due to us just being in the ballroom, which seems to be far away from everything else. But we got slot machines ching-chinging in the background. We got all the spectators just vying for space at the rail to catch a piece of the action here. So Stephanie and Jacob will come back with 190K. They very well may have been responsible for one of those knockouts. And holy cow, I just looked at our YouTube.
YouTube page here, and the chat is going wild. There was a ton of new messages. Sherry Gyorzi, Branson Vall, Terry Jaglarski, Anthony Mendoza, Mary O, Jocelyn Blackwood, Pam Thompson, Tammy Beaupre, Zach Beaupre. Thank you all for tuning in. Do us a favor, like and subscribe on that YouTube page. Our goal is to get to 1,000.
Told you were going to be doing it. This might not be so good.
Oh my goodness, you look away for a second, we got 2 all-ins and a call. Darren and Larry all in for 68,000 with pocket 9s. John and Kelly all in for 17,000 with 10 for offsuit. Stephanie and Jacob all in, or calls the all-ins with ace-6 suited. Your flop is flop comes Jack, King, 10, 6 on the turn. The graphics may be off on this. We might have had a misread card. And a 3 on the river. John and Kelly have the check mark. So it doesn't look like anyone was eliminated the last hand. Well, we'll call for 8,000. Chris and Darren also going to call. Stephanie taps in Jacob. He's going to call. Elizabeth and Becca playing out of Don's Corner Bar, one of the founding locations and bars for the FPN League, coming up on its 20-year anniversary. So none of this would be possible without any of you guys out there in any of those long-standing bars, all the new bars, the new leagues,
coming into the Free Poker Network family. Elizabeth and Becca are all in with ace jack. Chris and Darren also with ace jack, 11,000 of their 79,000 to call. Probably see a fold here from Jacob, just king 4 suited, unless he's asking for a count. Stephanie and Jacob were up to 190,000 in chips, and very quickly it's not looking so as good as the 114 they have now. Want to stop the bleeding here. Stephanie and Jacob do. So we do have the call, 2 ace jacks, and the jack in the window, 3, 4. Stephanie and Jacob pair their 4s. Chris and Darren and Stephanie and Jacob still have to see this hand through to the end. There's still chips to be won and lost in this hand, potentially. Chris and Darren are going to go all in. 68,000 to call. I think we did get rid of the red at 500 chips, so these counts may be off by 500 or so. There are 2 diamonds out there. I'm just realizing this now. Jacob does have the flush draw. Can probably safely assume Chris and Darren have hit the jack. And they do have the 4, so that gives them even more outs. Another 4 and a king or a king would give them the check mark. They've got a lot of equity in this hand. Jacob contemplating a call. So it'd be about 3/4 of their chip stack. Huge, huge hand and decision. Essentially banking their comfortable, somewhat comfortable chip stack on a draw. Blinds are up to 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 now, costing players a total of 20,000 per orb. Oh, he makes the call. Jacob makes the call. So an all-in, 2 all-ins and a call. This is a massive pot, folks. 187,000 in the middle. Stephanie and Jacob banking on the diamond or another king or 4 hitting. Queen of spades on the turn, not a diamond. We're going to want to see a diamond, king or 4. And a queen of diamonds. Stephanie and Jacob eliminate Chris and Darren and Elizabeth and Becca in one fell swoop. The Misfits crowd going absolutely insane. Stephanie loving the action from her partner. There she is. Wow. This is how championships are won and lost. Do you have the cojones for what it takes to go and call at the right moment and hit the cards that you need to win? Wow. Stephanie and Jacob just on a roll with knocking people out. If you remember in the beginning of the stream, Stephanie and Jacob flops Broadway to knock out another competitor. Stephanie and Jacob throwing all the jabs, uppercuts, anything they can think of. Swift blows to the brow of their competitors.
We here do not have a concussion protocol, but we might have to put one in place now after seeing that. Jacob still stacking his chips, but meanwhile the action does continue. Tom and Larry all in for 30,000. We probably will see a call here or an all in over the top from John and Kelly if there's anyone else in the hand. So John and Kelly might have a dead card there, but John and Kelly do make the call. Of course, small blind, big blind. So John and Kelly, ace jack versus Tom and Larry. Your flop comes at 6, 5, 8. Think we saw an ace. 6 on the turn. 7 on the river. And Tom and Larry at ace king. Or ace 6. Okay, yeah, so that would make sense that the 6 is raised up if Tom and Larry did have a 6 in their hand. We'll have new players in seat 2. Blinds are up to 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. 144,000 for Craig and Ashley. Joel and Nikki may still be in the field. Joel, again, your 2-time national champion. Joel Smith just cracked aces, I think, is what I heard. Everyone is just... Joel Smith is public enemy number 1. Joel Smith just cracks aces to stay alive in the tournament. Maybe knocked a fellow team out. I'm not sure. It all happened far too quick for me. Dana's on the mic out there calling some action for the players to see or hear what's going on. Noel's gonna bet 35,000. Jeff and Neil will fold. Yeah, there we are, baby. This is what we're playing for. There is 2 of them. But these are the Tag Team Championship belts here that these players are playing for tonight, plus $2,500 cash. So these things are pretty sweet. They're heavy. And if I were the person to eventually win this, I would wear it probably to every poker tournament or event I ever played in. Certainly in the league, my hometown league that I play in, I'd be wearing this belt every single time. Noel and Paul, 6-4 flop, trip sixes. Craig and Ashley, ace-10 suited. We'll see what happens here. So again, Noel flopping trips again. Remember, he check raised the last time. Noel's just gonna call or bet 10. Craig and Ashley will call. Deuce on the turn will give Noel and Paul the check mark. We have not seen Paul yet on the felt. Noel's going to bet, I think, 30,000. Craig right to his left to call. And he will fold. Sounds like we got an all-in and a call on table 2. We are down to 2 tables.
Ace in the window, ace of clubs, 4 of clubs, 9 of hearts, 9 of clubs, 6 of spades, ace jack will double.
Here you see Dana and Raina hanging out, calling the action, taking snapshots of the action. See some folds around to Darren and Larry. 10K to call. Blinds are definitely up, and they are getting expensive, folks. 30,000. Oh, Tom and Larry just 30,000 in there. Oh, we got an all-in by John and Kelly with pocket sevens. 62,000. Noel's gonna fold. We'll fold around to Stephanie and Jacob. I don't think we'll see Jacob making any hero calls this go around.
He says I can finish it before I sit down. Fucking zero problem, sir.
Jacob tags Stephanie in, and looks like she's got some chips. $23,000? No. Looks like a 23,000 to call. Looks like she is going to make the call.
I'll make sure I go. You threw out chips, so it's a call.
Over to Noel and Paul, who were the initial raisers to 28,000. Flop comes deuce, ace, 9, all hearts. Stephanie and Jacob do not catch a piece of the action there, but they are going to lead out, and Stephanie is going to check.
Right now. Right now.
Dealer has to remind Noel, I think, that he's in the hand. It's very distracting out there. Oh man, Noel just smooth bets, 30,000.
Catch me. Right now.
And Stephanie will fold. I think we are going to swap out decks real quick. Once again, you are watching the Tag Team Championship here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're at the Golden Nugget Casino. The ruckus crowd, there they are, just lined up on the rail. They can't get any closer, though they want to. You can see seat 2 in the background there. Darren and Larry will call for 10,000. Noel will fold. Action on Stephanie. I think she raises here to 30,000. Darren and Larry will call. Flop comes 9, 3, 7, all clubs.
Get the bartender.
Ace on the turn. Bet is 30,000. Stephanie and Jacob don't have a lot going on in this hand. Can they get away from nothing? She says, no, can't do it. Smart laydown. And here we go on our second table. Tension is growing in this room ever so slightly. Noel with ace king calls the 10K.
What do we got here? 30,000.
See folds around the table. And Noel and Paul will scoop up another pot here. Want to thank all the dealers out here at the Golden Nugget. Day in and day out, they are out here just throwing cards at people. Generally, just two. Looks like we do have a new player. Not a new player, but someone tagged someone in. So Eric calls around Stephanie, Dale calls, Jeff and Neil call. And we got 4 players to the flop. Flop comes ace, ace, 9. Stephanie and Jacob flop the boat. As far as we know, Stephanie and Jacob do have ace 9. Stephanie checks, Dale and Lori. So Lori's going to shove all in. Now it's down to Lori and Stephanie. If those cards are correct, which they might not be because we haven't seen a snap call from Stephanie. And she calls. And I do believe that is ace 9 versus ace 10.
Looks like we have a large odds. Ace 9 versus ace 10. Ace, ace 9. 5 of clubs. Ace 9 came from behind.
And an 8 of spades on the river is going to send Dale and Lori packing. Unbelievable flop for Stephanie and Jacob.
I made him go away.
I like you.
That's right. More all-in action. Seat 5. One all-in after the flop. Your flop is 7 of hearts, queen of diamonds, king of hearts. Action is just next to whatever the decision would be.
How long you gonna leave them on there?
All right, Lori is all in and he asks for a count.
Make sure you guys are scanning all your cards.
Any kinds of fold, she will take
We could go ahead and get a chip count here. Noel and Paul still up there, 515,000. Stephanie and Jacob, 266. Tom and Larry holding on by an absolute thread. So fold there. John and Kelly are all in for 33,000. Noel is just 7-4, maybe a little frustrated that he doesn't have a better hand to call with. He wants to be in on this. Your flop comes 10-3-2. No help. Oh, and an ace on the river gives John and Kelly the Broadway. Unbelievable. Huge hand. And avoiding absolute disaster. Wow. Going to double up over here on the other table.
No, I have 30 right now. Okay, I have 30. Fine then.
Definitely want to thank you guys for tuning in. Facebook and YouTube if you would like to. In fact, how about I require it from you? Go ahead and like and subscribe, especially on that YouTube page. Our goal is to get to 1,000. Action on Stephanie and Jacob. See folds there. Jeff and Neil. See a fold. We do have an all-in from Tom and Larry. Huge decision here for John and Kelly. Just avoided a disaster. Rivering Broadway now has a premium hand in King or Queen Jack suited. He's going to lay it down. Now is not the time. Couple ways to look at that. Oh, luckily he folded. That was a huge decision. Knowing Noel wakes up with pocket kings. And an all-in from Craig and Ashley. Just 52,000, so might as well get it in while you probably have 2 live cards. Unfortunately for Craig, his 7, one of his outs is tied up in Tom. 2 of his outs are tied up in Tom and Larry's pocket 7s. We do have an all-in on. Oh, Dana's calling the action. Gotta roll with it. Eight, Jack 3. Kings are up right now. 6 on the turn. A 9 on the river, and Noel's Kings hold up. Wow. Noel.
Where you been? Just to see you guys do it.
Hey guys, we're out of the players to balance out these tables. Give me just a second. All right.
6-12.
Hold on, wait for it, wait for it. First name.
I don't think we're definitely not hand for hand, but we are getting down there with just another elimination happening. We have 12 players remaining until we are found our winner. Of course, we will the final table will all qualify into the nationals or pad their stacks with 20 extra K in chips. We did have a four-way tie at the top for the players with the most chips in their starting stack tomorrow with 80,000. Joel Smith, your two-time national champion, being one of them. Got a newcomer to the tables in seat 2. Sounds like he's coming in with about 85,000. All right, so Joe and Lissandra will come in on. So we'll fold around. We've got a flop out there. Stephanie is going to, I think, win the hand. No, she won't. Joe and Lissandra will win. Again, we want to thank all of our players, not just players, but the bars that they play at, the bar owners, all the hosts for being a part of the league and allowing it to run and getting players fired up for coming out and getting here to Vegas. And man, we've been doing this for a long time. Not necessarily this crew, but FPN has been coming out to Vegas for many, many years, going on coming up on our 20th year.
All right, my rail. Hey, everybody out here, partners. Hey guys, me. Not you, me. Right here, thank you. All right, guys, we are hand for hand. We are not allowed to help our partners. We are not allowed to scream to the rail. The other tables all in, and so I will give you a penalty. You will sit out. I don't think it's not nice. So we are not helping anyone. We're going to be really quiet. We're going to find a 9 player.
We might be down to a final table. It's entirely possible.
We're 5 and 5. Good luck. For every hand, we will take 2 minutes off the clock. If there's an all-in and a call, we will hold action until the other table has completed the hand.
Hey, we're rolling deep in the parking lot. We'll catch them outside.
I hope we'll hurt that ring, because when I give you a penalty, I'm not.
So we are going hand for hand. Means we are down to 10 teams remaining. Who will find themselves with the belts at the end of the day and an extra $2,500 cash to go along with it? But that's not even all of it. You get an extra $20K in your chip stack. Actually, everyone at the final table gets $20K in their starting chip stack going into tomorrow. So if any of these players have not qualified yet and they make it to the final table, they will then qualify and allow and get $20K to start tomorrow. If you've already qualified, you're going to add $20K to your starting chip stack. Again, we do have 4 players tied at the top for what we're calling the top contender. That is the player with the most chips going into tomorrow. Craig Ashley, Joel Smith, Laurel Smith, and Tom Anderson all have 80,000 in chips starting tomorrow. And man, you give a guy like Joel Smith an advantage to start a tournament, and it's going to be tough to get him out of there. Jeff and Neil will raise to 35,000 with Queen 10 suited. Again, we are down to hand for hand here in our tag team tournament. A bout for the belts. Our light heavyweight title on the line. Of course, tomorrow is going to be our main event starting at 10 a.m. We will live stream quite a bit tomorrow, so you guys will have plenty of action. Top 3 players will receive $12,500 main event seat package plus cash for the top 36 players. Expecting over 200 people to be participating tomorrow. Jeff and Neil will raise to 31,000 with that big slick, and they'll fold. We are live from the Golden Nugget here in Las Vegas in a different spot than normal. Usually we're back in the ballroom. This year, or this promotion, we are basically out on the casino floor. We are just 20 feet away from slot machines and 20 feet away from probably the best closest restaurant in Red. It's a sushi place. Got a bunch of people in the chats cheering for their respective players. A bunch of Misfits fans. Thank you guys for tuning in. have 240 registered players thus far for our main event tomorrow. That's not to say more people won't be registering. Again, we are hand for hand right now. And there's part of our ruckus crowd with many more fans just down the line, scoping out our second table, cheering their partners and friends along. Tag team tournament. To be eligible to win, both players have to play at least a rotation, an orbit around the table. And that's kind of it. You can't tag in the middle of the hand. You can't get advice from your partner in the middle of a hand. Has to be at the conclusion of a hand when you tag your partner out. Continue here on our feature table action as soon as we eliminate one player. And well, we'll win that hand there. I'm now currently out here on the floor. I think we're waiting on the conclusion of a hand here on table 2. We do have action here on table 2. It is wild out here.
Wild. Hi, Brian.
Hi. Flop comes ace 4 jack on table 2. Check, check. Turn is an ace, check, check, and a 3 on the river. Players check it up, and king queen versus queen 8. Looks like Stephanie and Jacob, still alive, are going to pull in a pot here. Joel and Nikki Smith still alive. And we will start our second hand here very shortly. Looks like blinds have gone up to 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante. It is getting very expensive to play. Chip stacks on table 2. Looking a little grim with a few over here. We got a few pretty short stacks. One guy holding on for dear life. I'm going to call this action live as I see it. I don't know what's on the TV screen. Going to be doing some live reactions. Looks like a call. Oh, a raise. See fold over to Noel. Noel will make the call. And we'll see a fold here. 2 players to the flop on our feature table. Just need 1 elimination, and we'll be down to our final table. We'll take a small break, get all the players' names, reshuffle. Flop comes Queen 8-5. Noel first to act. It's going to bet 36,000. Neil looking at what that call is going to look with his chip stack. Every decision at this point in the tournament is so critical. And he does all in. Huge shove. Noel now. Did he get his hand caught in the cookie jar? I'm not sure. He's going to ask for a chip count. He's going to fold. Neil, a huge pot at this stage in the game. And not only that, but taking chips off the chip leader.
We're going to see another hand, guys. I'm still taking volunteers. Anybody wants to just give up their seat now?
Jacob and Stephanie definitely second place in chips. They're going to be just below what Neil has. Meanwhile, table 2, Joel with a big raise. I think we will, once we reach our final table. There's talks of a small break happening. Live. Meanwhile, in our feature table, cards are in the air. Action is happening. Fold over to Noel. Folds. And we'll fold around, and that's what you call a walk, ladies and gentlemen. To a shorter stack at the table. As a reminder, when we're hand for hand, we take 2 minutes off the clock. We're down to 14 minutes left. 2 minutes off the clock, every hand for hand. Fourteen minutes expires. We got 7 hands left. We will raise the blinds to the next blind level. And in a call over here on our second table.
We're not talking about that right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because it can influence
Yep. $16,000 call, and we'll see a check. Three-handed over here on our feature table. Flop comes 6, Jack, Ace. Check. Noel reaching for chips. Make it 25,000, 27,000. Just reaching for chips here, and this looks like a massive raise. Massive raise, putting Noel in another hurt locker here. And he folds. So we're good over here. Scooping in another big pot. All in the call over on table, feature table. What do you know? Jacob and Stephanie in a hand, pocket tens. Versus King 8. Flop is 4-3-3. Jack on the turn. Jack on the river. Stephanie and Jacob pop the bubble. Pop the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Who better than Stephanie and Jacob? That is going to be, holy cow, it is loud out here, you guys. Everyone is absolutely ecstatic for making it to the final table. We are going to take a break, get chip counts, shuffle up the remaining players. My name is Brian with the Free Poker Network. We are live at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. We'll take a short break and be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final table of the Tag Team Championship. We've got a massive crowd joining us on the rail. It makes it hard to do anything out here. Luckily, we can play poker. On the line tonight is those belts. Who here wants that belt? Yes. To my left, John Peden from Colorado. How are we doing today, John?
Pretty good.
What's it going to take for us? You're sitting pretty low. What's it going to take to win that belt tonight?
A miracle.
A miracle, absolutely. Well, we're glad you're here, John. Congratulations. You got 20K. Are you qualified already?
I'm not.
John was not qualified. He is now qualified to play in the main event tomorrow. To my right, Nikki Smith. Oh my goodness, you guys are back at the final table. How does it feel?
Really good.
Yeah, you got a nice chip stack here. What's it going to take down the tournament?
Him taking in.
We need Joel back out here. So, all right, well, good luck to all you guys. We're going to do a shuffle up and deal. I'm going to kick it back to myself in the booth, and good luck. Thank you.
Congratulations. We're going to play out this 14 minutes, and then you'll get a 5-minute break while I call the record, which is just 5 minutes. No, not right now. I don't need to go, but I'm going to find out your chips. All right, guys. We're going to get cards back in here. We're going to play this 14 minutes, and then you'll get a 5-minute break, so we're going to go to the time round. Hey, congratulations. Everybody's getting cash today, a chance at the best, and a 20K stack in your tomorrow's qualifier. Good luck, players.
Good luck, everybody.
There's our chip count up there. Noel and Paul with 475. Stephanie and Jacob knocking out the bubble. 434,000. Jeff and Neil 371. Joel and Nikki 279. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. John and Kelly just 16,000 in their chip stack. They're going to need a miracle if they're going to pull off the win here today. John and Kelly Peden from Backstreet Tavern and Steel Tips playing out of those two bars in Aurora, Colorado. Jeff Gabb and Neil Kukla playing out of Champs in Dickinson. Galen Nelson, Mike McConnell out of Woody's in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Lysandra and Joe, also from Colorado, playing out of 7 Deuce Poker. Stephanie and Jacob, Lance and Keith, all Misfits players. That's the local league here in Las Vegas. Galen and Mike do find themselves all in right away for 43,000 with pocket eights, and it looks like we have a call. Flop comes 3, Jack 7. We'll find out here real quick what both the hands are. We do have pocket eights. There's eights. And 10-9, okay. Darren and Larry have the straight draw, and I thought that was what they needed. They need an 8. That's not it. Galen and Mike. Are going to double up Galen and Mike. Might have another dead card out there. Just never expected. We do have an all-in here. It's like Stephanie and Jacob are, or no, that was that's Lance and Keith going all in. So no harm, no foul there. For Lance and Keith, looks like we're going to do a hot swap on the decks, and might have a dead card. But, hopefully we can read all the cards here coming up. And here's our upcoming promotion, the Desert Dash for Cash out here in Las Vegas. We'll be back in January for that promotion. So we hope to see you guys coming now. There's still plenty of time to qualify and get it over here to the national championship. That's what the Free Poker Network's all about, is making it out here to Vegas and then crushing it, you know. And what a story there from John Peden. He was not qualified for the main event tomorrow. Has 16,000 in chips left in his chip stack. Bubble bursts without him having to risk it all, and from there and then qualifies for the main event tomorrow. It's absolutely insane. We do have an all-in here from Darren and Larry. I'll just raise to 55,000. Now it's up to Galen and Mike. Jacob checking his 2 cards. You see 4 deuce and fold promptly. See if Queen Jack induces a call, and it does not. Darren and Larry will scoop in some chips. They're up over to 172,000.
And you're trying to use me as a decoy. What's your bullshit?
When you said draft, I'm like.
Go, baby.
Like, that's called. Two as they say the spades. Seven is and then that's what?
All right, guys, it looks like we have an all-in call. It looks like Jack came off, my favorite hand, versus 8 of spades. Top is 7, 6, 8. 10 of spades.
9 of spades.
Ace of hearts. That will eliminate Lance Palmer and his teammate in ninth place. Thank you, Lance.
Give your hand.
All right, Lance, come here, my friend.
You want me to sign it? I'm a pretty big deal. Never heard of you. Oh, you're a newbie.
Not even, trust me. Not even.
How do you like them apples?
That city has really grown.
Players on the rail or partners. I still this is someone's player card and they are not going to get their
She's all in for 60,000 in the big
I'm
one.
not going to give it to them unless I get the player card.
Player one is all.
We do have the all-in and the call.
Not me.
Jack of clubs, nine.
At this point, I don't care anymore.
Jack seven of diamonds.
You can always trade them.
So it looks like Jack of clubs, 9 of diamonds. board comes 3-3 queen, jack on the turn, and that is going to eliminate John and Kelly. Darren and Larry are eliminated. Who was it? There is your winner of that hand right there. And that is going to bring us down to 7 teams remaining. There is your chip count there. Noel and Paul, Jeff and Neil, Stephanie and Jacob, massive chip leads. Lysandra and Joe hanging on by a thread for with just 13,000 in chips.
All right, guys, you're on a quick 5-minute break. Just a quick color-up break. Again, you will only get a 5-minute break. It is just a color-up, guys.
Galen and Mike, 16,000 to call. And they'll raise it up to 40,000. Stephanie and Jacob call, or Jacob of Stephanie and Jacob call. And we got Galen and Mike versus Stephanie and Jacob. Your flop comes 9 in the window, king 8, 2 diamonds. Stephanie and Jacob have the flush draw, but Galen and Mike do not know that. See what Galen does here. He's going to try to be the aggressor, the first aggressor or not. See check, check, and a 5 on the turn. Galen and Mike now pairing their 5, giving them the lead. Let's see if Galen decides to go ahead, and he's going to throw a huge amount of chips out there. Jacob will call. Can he once again hit a flush on the river? 10 on the river. That is of clubs. Galen and Mike do have the check mark with that pair of 5s. Galen looks to be all in here, and Jacob's just going to have to lay it down. No, you can't river a flush every time, Jacob. That was a huge call earlier tonight on our feature table. Jacob calling the 2-way all in with the flush draw with the turn and river to go. Doesn't get it on the turn, nails it on the river, and swiftly eliminates 2 people. Couldn't have magic or lightning strike there, but did not put their tournament life at risk. It looks like we are taking a small break. We are going to chip up these chip stacks. We are live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We hope to see you guys all for the conclusion of the final table for our Tag Team Championship. See you soon. Welcome back, players. What a final table we have had so far on this Tag Team Championship event. We are live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wow. Just can't say enough about the action we have seen here today from Stephanie and Jacob constantly knocking people out, rivering flushes, flopping full houses, and then Jeff and Neil all the way at the top. It's something else. Joel and Nikki Smith still in the race, sitting there in fourth place with 240,000 in chips. Jeff and Neil way at the top, as I said, 460. Noel and Paul got the chip lead on the feature table earlier, and now just kind of maintaining that chip stack, sitting at 440. And Lysandra and Joe, 15,000 left. That's less than one big blind. They're going to need to do a lot in order to come away with a victory here. I want to say top contender has been decided. We're getting the absolute verification. Joel Smith. Excuse me, I had a cough. Joel Smith was in a four-way tie for the top contender with Craig Ashley, Laurel Smith, and Tom Anderson with 80,000 in chips. Larry Sundberg closely trailing behind at 70,000. Let's refresh and see if something has changed. Well, we're ready because we're good, but the players are not. But there you have the tag team belt. So yeah, that's this is what's going on here. I guess instead of seeing a "We will be right back," you get to see in here, I guess, more of me. But as I was saying, Larry Sundberg at 70,000 in his starting stack coming into today. If he were to final table and Joel and Nikki Smith were not on the final table, Larry Sundberg would have taken top contender from Joel. But since Joel and Nikki Smith are right there, Joel is top contender with 100,000 in his starting stack tomorrow, and in good position here to take down a tag team title with his wife. There's still plenty of good players on the felts. We got seven teams remaining. 14 players. Let's see if these players know exactly when to tap out into their next partner. One thing we haven't seen is Noel's partner, Paul. Nowhere to be seen, but Noel has just been crushing it. So it's kind of like, hey man, let me just take this tournament down for us, and let's take home the title, baby. And our players have just been notified. They're having a lot of fun. To their credit, they are having an absolute blast out there, and we just got to corral them back into the ring to finish off our final table. So it looks like Jacob is tapping Stephanie back in. Lysandra's gonna tap Joe in. Lysandra and Joe playing out of Aurora, Colorado with the 7 Deuce Poker Club. Jeff taps Neil back in, playing out of Champs in Dickinson, North Dakota. And Galen taps Mike in, Mike McConnell in. Those guys both play out of Woody's in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Mike McConnell, a host and a rep for the league. Can't say enough about him. He's done he's been with the league for a long time and does a lot of work for us. And so thank you to Mike for all you do for the Free Poker Network. The hard work certainly does not go unnoticed. Looks like Larry also is being tapped in by Darren. And Nikki's staying out there, not gonna to make the decision to tap Joel back in. Lysandra and Joe are all in for that 15,000. Stephanie and Jacob will call for 20,000 because the blinds are up to 10, 20, 20. Can't call for less than perhaps the big blind.
125 in seat 2. 125.
Then Neil is going to raise to 125,000 with pocket sevens. And Stephanie's just going to lay it down. No harm in losing 20K. So we have an all-in and a call. Not a whole lot of money on the line. Jeff and Neil, or Neil's gonna flip over his pocket sevens. Joe will flip over his queen 10. Deuce, king 9. Ace on the turn, no help. Actually, it's some help to Joe. They need a jack, 10, or queen. Jack, 10, or queen on the river. The crowd is going to go wild if it is, and it is not. 5 of spades.
Where do you want it? Okay, I see it. Put it inside there.
That was Cassandra and Joe.
Oh, okay.
So Lysandra and Joe will go out in 6th or 7th place.
Yeah, I see
There
it.
they are together.
All right, so we got button in 9. You're going to be the small blind. Seat 2, it's 10K. Thank you.
Once again, happy to have them out here from Aurora, Colorado, the 7 Deuce Poker Club. Then there were 6, they said, and then there were 6.
Fold, 20, seat 4 folded, seat 6 folded.
Stephanie folds. Larry looking down at ace 4, and as these players get eliminated and the tournament has a smaller and smaller field, coming across a premium card like an ace and you're short stacked, it's pretty much all in or nothing. So we're gonna fold around, and Larry very well might pick it up here.
Oh my
So Larry's all in for 165, and I think everyone folded.
2-3-4. 2-3-4. Big blind is 20-20. Got you. All right. Thank you. We're starting 2-3-4. Seat 6 under the gun. 20 to call. Is that how much?
Stephanie and Jacob looking down at Ace Jack. It's a great hand at this stage of the tournament, that's for sure. It's going to just call for 20,000.
Seat 8 folds, seat 9, 20 to call, seat 9 folds.
Nikki will fold.
Seat 2 folds, seat 3.
Jeff and Neil folds. Same thing with Mike.
4, raise,
On over to Noel.
95 to call.
Seat 5.
Seat 6, 95 to call.
Oh, Noel and Paul raised to 95,000. Stephanie, I think, is going to make that an easy call.
Yeah, seat 6 calling 95. So it's going to be 4 and 6. Yep, you get here. Put that out. And I'll give you 5 back, right there. All right, we are heads up.
So unless Noel and Paul get some magic here on the flop, and 2 diamonds, and Stephanie spikes the ace, I could see Noel pushing the issue here. He's been
130's the bet. Seat 6, 130 to call. Yes.
Noel is going to bet 130 with the flush draw. Stephanie with top pair, great kicker, is going to make the call.
So we are heads up. Seat 6 called.
If we see a diamond, it might be all over.
Turn card is
7 of hearts, it's red, but it is not a diamond. Noel, will he continue the story he's been trying to tell? He's all in.
check. Seat 4 check. Seat 6.
Oh, he checks. Okay, I thought I saw his lips say all in. And Stephanie will shove all in. These are the 2 big stacks going at it. Our pot's at 550,000 right now. Just 70,000 more for Noel to call. Does he want to risk? This is probably the biggest hand of the final table and of the tournament thus far.
70,000. Yes, sir. 70,000 is the all.
Noel calls this, and he's banking on a 6-outer, a diamond and a diamond only. He almost released those chips. He makes the call. 70,000 more. He needs a diamond and a diamond only to double up through, no, to knock out Stephanie and Jacob.
We got an
The
ace
young lady is
jack.
playing Ace Jack. Ace Jack.
They don't even know your name. They don't even know your name.
I know your name because you're a trouble.
No, not me. Her.
Noel needs a diamond. The young lady's ahead.
All right, guys.
Happy man.
Your river. 10 of clubs. Stephanie and Jacob, huge double up to 620,000.
All right, button moving to 3. We're at 3-4-6.
Noel and Paul were once huge favorites to win with a massive chip stack. And now they double up a very, very dangerous team in Stephanie and Jacob.
Yeah, I know it's about the last seat numbers throwing me off.
I think they are going to be definitely our chip leaders at this point.
No, no, you're fine. I don't even hear you. There's too much going on. I don't hear you at all.
I don't think so.
Do you call that bluff?
I think Stephanie just gave Noel a little peck on the cheek to say thank you for all of these chips.
Thank you very much, and you can keep that one up
Once
front.
again, your blinds are at 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante.
You had 70. We had 80.
No, I got 80.
You had 70.
right.
right behind you.
That's right. Anyway,
Larry is going to fold.
I didn't even put them on here.
Seat 8 folded, seat 9, 20 to call.
I had no 10.
Hey, who busted C1?
Raised to
Who's
50,
got
seat
C1
9 raised to 50, seat 2, 50 to call, seat 3, 50 to call.
Roland Nicky fold and fold around to
Seat 4, 50 to
Mike
call.
and Noel. And then on over to Stephanie.
Seat 4 fold, seat 6 already called. Can you make sure you wait for the action?
Big slick. So, oh, Nikki will call in the. Oh, she raised 50,000. Stephanie calls. Flop is King 7-3. Stephanie pairing her king.
Bets 100. Once you stop with chips, 100 is the bet. Yep. 100. 9, 100 to call.
Michelle, can you grab my laptop? It's the one when you walk through the
Seat
door,
9
it's facing
fold.
right here, so I can look at his stuff. Or do you have your laptop's down.
Four. East King is shown.
There's no way I had any 10.
All right, buttons in 4. We're at 4, 6, 8.
Let me look at it.
Yeah, I came out with 4. Won 2 qualifiers, and then.
Looks like we do have. This might be Paul tapping in for Noel.
2020.
So Noel just taking the licks left and right.
Thank you.
And now he's tapping in his partner Paul to see if he can bring life back into their chip stack.
All right. Seat 9, 20 to call. 9 full. Seat 2.
Noel and Paul of
To call.
Illinois,
Full. Seat 4.
playing out of corrals in O Street.
Seat 4 folds. Seat 6 calls 20. Option check. Seat 8 checks.
Stephanie with plenty of chips to kind of bully around the short stacks and make some bigger bets to get them to fold. You know, stealing blinds and antes at this point in the tournament from those shorter stacks is going to make all the difference in the world.
Seat 6 checks.
Stephanie pairs her twos on the flop.
Yeah, make sure you start going out with chips. Once you start going out with chips. Bets 30,000.
She'll bet
30 to call.
30,000.
Seat 8 folds.
Larry folds. Stephanie seems to be in commanding lead at this final table right now.
Thank you.
And we have our crowd there in the background, anxiously waiting, cheering on their friends and family or their tag team partner.
I'm not softening up. No, I can't. You just stay over there. She's too cute. You just stay over there. I know.
Seat 2, first to act, 20 to call.
So I have a qualifier for Billy's corner bar.
3, seat 2 full, seat 3, 20 to
I
call.
have the dugout TLC for 10,000.
Seat 3 full, seat 4, 20 to call.
I have a weekly national qualifier for 10,000.
Paul Wake, ace 5, he's gonna fold. Stephanie, 20K to call with ace 4 suited.
Seat 8, 20 to call.
Believe she makes the call.
6 calls.
Now it's up to Larry.
9.
10K more, and he does make that call as well.
3 to the flop. Flop is 7 of spades, 10 of spades, 4 of hearts, seat 8, first pack. Check. We better get the cards back on the. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Flop comes 4, 10, 7. Darren and Larry flop 2 pair. Joel and Nikki, and oh my gosh, Joel and Nikki hit the king on the turn for a better 2 pair.
20,000, seat 9, 20 to call.
Larry bets 20,000. Nikki doing a little bit of acting there. Hands in her face, like, fine, I guess I call.
All right, guys, go ahead and flip them up.
She's definitely worried about any flush draws out there. Little bit of a slow roll, I think. But I want to say Larry and Nikki all play out of the same area. So she just doesn't want to knock out her friend. But it's the way the cards fall. An 8 on the river, and Joel and Nikki eliminate Darren and Larry in 6th place. Big hug exchanged between Nikki and Larry.
25, got you covered. We got seat 8 knocked out.
Nikki definitely feels for knocking out a good friend, but also has her sights set on her and her husband Joel wearing the trophies, the belts, at the end of tonight.
Small blind, big blind, 20-20. 20, yep.
Larry Sundberg does go into our main event tomorrow with a 90,000 chip stack to start. Joel will be starting with 100,000 and winning the top contender of the series, and will be taking home $500 for that.
Seat 3, 20 to call. Seat 3 fold, seat 4, 20 to call.
It's time for Paul to shove all in. Ace 10. Stephanie folds, Nikki folds.
Seat 9 folds. Seat 2, all in to call.
Over there to Neil. Ace 8 deuce, shows it to him and says, I can't call with this. But 50,000?
We are at 9.
When you have 110,000, 115,000 left, yeah, that's good blinds and antes to steal.
What was that?
Mike McConnell definitely sitting low on chips.
Alright, seat 4 is going to be under the gun. Seat 4, 20 to call.
Stephanie taps in Jacob. They have been staying fresh
Seat 4 folds. Seat 6, 20 to call.
by tapping in and out
Seat 9, 20 folds.
all night long,
Seat 2 folds.
making sure the other player doesn't get too caught up in the emotion.
Flop, 2 players in the flop.
And looky here, we got
Flop is
battle of the pocket pairs.
diamonds, 2 of spades. Seat 3, check or bet. Check. Seat 6,
Pocket 4s versus pocket 5s. We'll see a check and a check. Turn comes a 6 of clubs.
check. Seat 6, check or bet. 20. It's going to be 20,000. 20,000 to bet. Seat 6. Seat 3, 20 to call.
Sir, these are 10, 20. Sir, do not be on my dressing, man. My set falls down and goes boom, we're all set.
All right. Seat 3
All
fold.
players who are
And this is going to be a case of first to bet is going to be the first to win it. So that right there is Jacob. Jacob will scoop in those chips.
4. Thank you.
I'm right.
the dugout for TOC International qualifier, 10, 20, 30. And then I have to make a qualifier 4, 1, and 5.
3, 4, 6 under the gun. All right. Seat 6 is under the gun. The next hand. This will be last hand of this level. Seat 6, 20 to call.
Jacob now ace-3 suited. Another great hand, especially at this stage of the game. Nikki will fold. Neil tapping in Jeff Gabb. They're keeping themselves fresh. Paul will check his option. King, queen, 7. Paul pairs his 7 bottom pair. We'll see a check to the turn. 6 of hearts. Paul's gonna bet 30,000. And Jacob will fold. Yeah, so it's definitely one thing to, you become the chip lead this late in the game. You definitely get lucky by getting the chip leader in the fashion that Stephanie and Jacob have done. But the question is, can you maintain? Can you not get caught up in the emotion of, well, I'm just knocking people out. It seems so easy. I'm catching cards. Just call looser. If you start calling loose, and then before you know it, you're going to be perhaps left without chips. Certainly not in the chip lead.
Thank you. Lead 9 first act, under the gun. Lead 9 fold.
Nikki will fold.
C2, 30 to call.
Jeff will fold.
C3 is all in.
And it's time for Mike to go all in. Ace queen suited. Don't think he'll get any action from Paul here. Arguably the worst hand in poker. Now let's see what Jacob does.
Hell yeah. Is that Paul? Is that the guy from Illinois? Wait, I know him. Number one? Number one? He's fighting with that guy Ross. Too bad somebody just dropped 200 grand on a girl. What's the call?
135 is the bet.
6'9". Who plays 6'9"?
I know, I fucking know.
Jacob's gonna fold.
Hand over. Button 4, 6, 9. Thank you. Small 15. 15 on the small. Thank you. I figured. I thought you were talking about my dress. Alright, C2 is under the gun, 30 to call, C2. Raise to 75, C3, 75 to call.
Jeff raises to 75,000. It's only 3 chips for Mike, but that is a good percentage of his chip stack. He's just going to fold. Good hand this late in the game, king 10, but just not feeling it. Jacob folds. Now over to Nikki. What do they have? 10 deuce offsuit. Yep, we're not going to get any action from there. Mike, Jeff Gabb will scoop up those chips. Mike did buy himself another orbit around that table by scooping up those blinds and antes on the button. Actually, the blinds and antes he had just got done paying. There they are. At least one of them. There's another one that looks exactly like it. Those are the tag team champion, the belts. And you are looking at the champion. One of these players is going home with those belts, is what I'm trying to say. Mike 10-9 suited connectors. He's going to raise to 75,000.
C4 folds, 6, 75 to call.
And now Stephanie and Jacob waking up to pocket eights,
6 calls.
just ever so slightly opening their eyes. Nikki will fold.
2 calls, 75. We are 3 to the flop. Flop coming out. Flop is king of
Flop
diamonds.
comes king 5-7. We're 3 ways to a flop.
Check. C3. Checker bet. Check. C6. Checker bet.
Jacob in the lead right now with those pocket eights.
Turn coming out. Jack of diamonds. C2.
Jack on the turn. You think here if we check around, Jacob's definitely got to bet. He's got to be aggressive. So as every card that comes out, I mean, they're all over cards. He's got a king and a jack out there. You got to be scared of that.
C2 fold. C3. 50 to call. C3 calls.
Mike's going to call
To the river.
for 50,000.
River is 7 of hearts.
And a 7 on the river.
C3 checks.
Mike checks.
Bet. Check.
Jacob checks. We're just going to go to showdown.
C6.
Probably smart, not knowing exactly where you are in the hand.
End over. Button.
But there, chip leader just getting richer. I think up to 800,000 now. Mike and Galen looking at under 100,000 in their chip stack yet again.
30,000. All right, C4 first act. C4 folds. C6.
Joel Smith making a huge
folds.
push here at our national championship, and there he is there. Qualified in round number 2, qualifies earlier this morning in round number 4, qualifies a 3rd time in our tag team event by coming here to Vegas and playing in all these tournaments. Joel Smith has accumulated an additional 60K in chips. Also qualified through FPN on playfpn.online, which is our online platform. And for players that place in the top 3, I think in their weekly tournaments, their weekly nights, top 3 get an invite to the online weekly tournament.
2, 3, 4.
Players also qualify for nationals in a ton of different ways. You place top 10% on the leaderboard in any season and any league, become the league champ, win a tournament of champions, invites, and you get the invites to weekly and monthly national qualifiers on playfpn.online. Plus, you can qualify through our Scratch Poker scratch cards, which are a very unique to FPN thing. You can get perfect attendance drawings, bonus events, and other sponsor bonuses. Joel and Nikki, Ace King. Over to Mike, 10-7. Just 10,000 left in his stack. Writing's definitely on the wall for for Mike and Galen. Mike's going to see if he can just make it last a little bit longer.
4 folds, hand over.
Oh, Paul makes a nice lay down there. Ace 4, good hand this short-handed, but
Hand over.
uh,
Button move, we're at
just not feeling that low kicker to Joel's ace king.
30-30. Thank you. Seat 9, first to act. Seat 9 folds. Seat
Joel first act will fold.
3
Jeff folds.
folds.
Mike folds. And Paul looks down at ace jack and says, yeah, it's time to go. Let's do this. Probably won't get any calls here with just jack 3.
Fold. Seat 6 folds.
And Jacob does fold. So Paul will steal the big blind and the ante
4, 6, 9.
from Jacob. Your blinds have gone up probably a little while ago to 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante. Cost $75K to finance one orbit around the table. Guess luckily for Mike, he is just behind the button. I don't think that just means he's got some time, a couple hands, to catch a hand to just go all in with.
Seat 2 folds. Seat 3. Seat
Jeff
3
will
is
fold.
all in.
And Mike,
Yes.
patience pays off, all in for 10K.
Seat 4 folds.
Ace 10 suited, that's a great hand to have at this point. But oh my goodness. Jacob, pocket kings, easy call, easy. Well, I won't say it yet.
9.
Joel all in with pocket jacks. This is going to be huge, folks.
This is good. It's good action here.
Is that call? All right. I'm gonna
Absolute massive hand.
Hell
We
yeah.
got call. We got all in, all in, all in. Let me grab 10K from you.
Jacks, kings,
10K. 2
yes.
blues.
Fuck yeah.
2 blues. That's his all in. This is on the side pocket.
All right, guys, we have a three-way all
Jacks. We
Ace
have kings.
10 clubs
Ace
versus
10. Ace 10.
pocket kings versus pocket jacks.
Jacks
Your
9.
chip leader is pocket jacks.
Kill each other, kill each other.
Kings.
I said your chip leader.
Yeah, without me.
Oh, he's just kidding. Pocket kings is your chip
Apologize for everyone being in the cameras.
Sit down.
You're not so used to it.
All right, guys.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Ace in the window.
Derek set, Chris.
All right.
Flop 3 in the window. 10 king! Oh my goodness. Jacob and Stephanie are on an absolute heater. Joel might need runner jacks. A jack! A jack on the turn. He might just need a jack and a jack only. 7 of diamonds. Stephanie and Jacob eliminate Joel and Nikki and Galen and Mike in one fell swoop, waking up with pocket jacks. Very unfortunate that Joel has pocket kings for Jacob and Stephanie. Very unfortunate for Joel and Nikki. Their time has come to an end here. And the local Jacob can barely contain himself, almost fell over there, taking a massive chip lead and knocking out a very scary opponent in Joel and Nikki.
All right. So it's gonna be a dead small.
Folks,
Line only. 30-30.
we are down to the final 3 teams remaining in our Tag Team Championship event. You can see those belts right there over Jacob's left-hand shoulder.
4, first act.
We are obviously playing down to a winner.
Seat 6. Seat 6 folds. Hand over. Walk on the button. There we go. already on the big. Yes, sir. Yeah. There it is.
Holy cow.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
I don't know who's been saying it, but who said poker's boring?
Six under the gun. 6, 30 to call. Fold, C2.
Fuck you!
C2 call.
Trying to get caught up here in our YouTube chats.
All in and a fold.
7 Deuce Poker directly commenting. Love to have you guys on board. Tracy Morris
Alright, we're at 2.
cheering for John, Kelly, Lysandra, and Joe.
You just dumped 200 in him. I think I'm more than okay. Either one of us a little bit of luck to get into that stack. True story. He's tight. She's good too.
Right now.
Alright, C2 under the gun. First stack.
Apologize on Facebook.
C2 fold, C4.
Facebook chat as well. I haven't been keeping up with you guys.
C4 folded, hand over. We're at 4-6-2. Big blind, 30-30. Yeah.
Players are definitely having boatloads of fun out there.
Good fold. Good fold, Paul. Good fold, Paul.
Small blind.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They're heavy. They're actually nice.
15. Yeah. Thank you.
They're nice. I know. Cool. Oh, settle down.
Thank you,
now.
Justin Paul, for being active in the chats.
Don't forget, man.
We wish you would have came to Vegas too, Justin Paul, even though you said you qualified. We'll look forward to you coming in January to the Desert Dash for Cash.
There you go.
And these guys just cannot stop getting hands. Jacob getting pocket tens now. Queen 8 for Noel and Paul.
C2 folds.
Neil's going to go ahead and lay it down.
3 to call. C4 folds, hand over.
Shut the fuck up.
Black 10.
Wow, yeah, Jacob just showing the pocket tens like, dude, I cannot believe I am on with cards right now. Meanwhile, his partner Stephanie just cheering him on, super ecstatic.
Tens. 3 hands in a row, really?
That's all he plays.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs.
The K9 unit?
Really? Whatever you're into. Whatever you're into, Daddy.
C6 under the gun, 30 to call. Six folds.
Jacob finally has a hand he doesn't want to play. He's going to fold. Probably going to see.
Yes, sorry about that. C4 folded, yes.
A raise here from Neil to 65,000. Paul will fold.
4-6. 30.
Just remember, Noel tagged Paul in.
30 for this last
Hadn't seen
hand.
Paul
Just made it.
for the entirety of the feature table that Noel was on it, and then majority of the final table, Noel chunked himself off some chips, and Paul said, enough is enough. I'm coming in. Try to save the day.
C2 under the gun.
Been just surviving. seeing all in after all in, and unfortunately them on the wrong, or on the sidelines to those all ins and not winning. Of course, those winners been Stephanie and Jacob. Paul's time to shove all in, king 6. Jacob very well might call this, just 105,000 total.
100 even.
He's got the king. No, he doesn't. Whoops, I was looking at the wrong hand.
6 folds.
All right, so Jacob will fold.
We're at 4-6-2. Lines are now 20-40-40. 40-40.
We have moved up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. When we do move down to 2 teams remaining, we will get rid of the big blind ante.
Take it, Blue Chip. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us here. We are live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are, as you can see, slot machines in the back. This ain't no ballroom. This is basically on the casino floor, just adjacent to the ballroom. Did have most of the tournament. Had room for 4 tables out here in this this viewing area, and the rest of the tables in the grand ballroom for the rest of the field.
Option 2. Raise. 120.
Jacob will call for 20,000.
6.
Neil checks his option. Oh, Neil raises to 120,000.
Call.
And Jacob will throw the chips in for the call.
500. That much. We are heads up to the flop. Flop is.
Flop comes ace, 9, jack. Jeff and Neil flop the open ender, but Jacob catches the ace.
Six bets 100,000. 2.
If only those cards were just a little bit more connected. Neil might just call it off, but to risk your entire tournament on a straight draw takes a lot of guts. Do that.
Two's all
And he makes the call. Or did he raise all in? He raised all in for 210,000.
All right, guys, we have an all-in. Neil has gone all in on the flop. Ace of diamonds, 9 of spades, jack of hearts.
Yeah.
Joel.
I'll talk to you.
Joel Smith.
We got a call.
And a call. Turbo,
Let's go ahead
guys.
and flip 'em
He
up.
shows an ace of hearts. Oops, slow.
All right, so here we are, the all-in and the call. Can Jacob knock out another opponent? He has the ace. Jeff and Neil have the open ender. Looking for a 7 or queen, and a 7 or queen only. It's a 7-outer. On the turn is a 3.
No help to Neil. He is still
And the river
with a double up.
River.
is a deuce of diamonds. Jacob and Stephanie eliminate Jeff and Neil in 3rd place. I could hear Stephanie yelling all the way from back here in the control room. Wow. What an insane insane time.
Bill and Gabe will be taking home $400.
And then there were two. Noelle and Paul versus Stephanie and Jacob. Noelle and Paul, the severe short stack with about 160,000. This could be over real quick, especially with the way Stephanie and Jacob have been running. Jacob is going to tap Stephanie in and let her finish the job that he started. Jacob has completely wounded all the opponents, knocked them out of this tournament. He's tired. His coaches are telling him to get out of the ring, tap in Stephanie, and finish the job for the team so they can take home the belts.
I think that's 40. No, just 40. So we're dropping the ante. So it's just going to be big blind, small blind.
2040 is your blind test. We're heads up. The belts are on the line.
Perfect. All right. No ante.
The ante is removed, and we will be down to these final two. Holy cow. It's been an absolutely wild ride here. And she's gonna fold.
And guys, I wanted to let you know, make sure if you're putting chips over the line, they are gonna play.
Stephanie could kind of just wait for, she can afford plenty of hands where she just folds. Of course, that would be giving up the small and big blind, which is 60K in chips.
Well, that means they're going to have to be liable to use it. All right, so we're calling this 4-6. All right.
Oh man, Jacob in the third row of the viewing section. He's playing in this tournament. Give that guy a front row view. And Paul's gonna shove all in. Ace 3. What on earth does Stephanie have?
Oh, could I get, sorry, your cards in the little, inside the yellow, inside the cards scans. Yeah, inside the sensor. Right where your chips are covered.
Stephanie and Jacob have so many chips. They've covered up their card sensor scanner. Does not have room. There it is, 10-7.
Partners are supposed to be behind the rail. It would suck to get a penalty right now.
Who's running this game?
Penalty hit.
He just sign language to her.
Disqualified. Clear down.
Clear down. Penalty
Not sure what's going on here. I think Stephanie is just biding her time. And she said she calls. 10-7 suited. 10-7 is the Rough Rider Poker Tour hand. Anyone familiar with them out in North Dakota?
Ace. He just got a double ace. Chip up. You got a double ace.
All right, so this could be it. Stephanie and Jacob 10-7, the heaven. Uh-oh, 3, 5, 9. Noel and Paul in the lead with, and they pair the threes. Gonna need a 10 or a 7 right now. A 6-outer for Stephanie or Jacob. 6 of diamonds and 21 outs for Stephanie and Jacob. There are so many possibilities. The straight, the flush, the ace on the river. Noel and Paul stay alive. Oh my goodness. How do you knock players out left and right, get insane hands, but you can't catch a 21-outer? Wow.
Hey, you can't be standing over here, bro.
One more means you're not switching. No, no, I did not. Did you not? No.
Oh, I got scared.
Big blind 40, small blind 20.
I like that hand. I got scared.
Remember, cards go inside the little scanner. You gotta look at them, you gotta see them on the screen.
There's our chip count, 1.5 to 360,000. Lines are at 2040.
Inside the scanner. Inside the yellow. Put the cards inside the yellow box. The cards in the yellow box. This box right here, put the cards in.
Those guys are right, no, right here, in the silver. You gotta go here. That's okay. All the time, every time.
Yeah, they just need to be able to see
And
them.
picks up 10-7 again.
Call. C6 call. 4.
Stephanie shoves all in with 10-7. That's an easy fold for Paul there.
Free blue. I know, but can you just give me...
Oh, Stephanie calls 20,000.
Yeah, 3.
Paul will check. Now we're gonna see a flop.
So it's 40.
Okay, I thought she shoved there. My apologies for getting all worked up over nothing.
Flop. King of hearts. Queen of hearts.
King, king, queen.
Clubs.
Paul does get the flush draw.
Check. C6.
This would be a massive comeback if Paul and Noel can pull this off.
Coming out. Turn is 4 of clubs.
4 of clubs on the turn. Stephanie and Jacob get the flush draw. Paul pairs his 4. 8 of clubs would be the worst hand. Okay, Paul bets Stephanie will fold.
First, right? All right.
You got it, Stephanie.
But I can't have people lingering back here, so if she's getting up, fine. If she's not, then
There's a look at our gallery there again.
it's Paul, right?
Standing by with tons of excitement, cheering on their fellow poker players, friends, family, loved ones, enemies, frenemies. And if you didn't see Jacob and Stephanie going this far in this tournament from the moment they stepped on our felts, you were sorely mistaken.
Hand over. We're at 6-4. 20K for 40 in the big. 5 minutes.
There's 5 minutes remaining on this level. I would imagine it goes up to either 25-50 or 30-60. Gonna really push the issue on Paul and Noel
Got a lot of chips in the little.
from doubling up and putting some chips in the pot and risking their tournament life.
That's fine. 20's fine. If you don't need anything else up, I just need that area clear so you can
There, Noel, right there on the rail with his partner, cheering him on.
put the cards there. Thank you.
Also, I see big smoke coming up from the back. That's a hard
It's not
one.
me. It's not me.
I know it's
Be
not
first
you.
to act.
I'm not even looking at you.
Seat 6. Seat 6 is going to be 40 to
Joe,
call.
It's Joe.
Will is smoked by the smoke machine.
Get him out. Get him out of here.
The smoke by the
4.
smoke.
Option.
Stephanie's going to make the call. Paul's going to raise, I think, to 100,
Seat 6.
140,000.
He go. Joe can't even see over the pro. You guys can let him up front. He can't even see.
Call.
She calls the raise. We're gonna see a clock, guys.
Okay. Didn't see him?
Oh shit, dealer, don't sit back too far.
All right, now we see Stephanie has the queen 9.
That would've been terrible.
Flop coming. 2 of hearts, jack of
2
clubs,
jack 3 on the flop.
Two of hearts, three clubs.
No help to either player.
Paul is first to act. He can check.
Paul in the lead with his
95,
king high,
seat
And
6
Stephanie
folds.
folds.
and Stephanie will fold.
Four, six.
Paul bridging the gap on this lead that Stephanie and Jacob have. Paul now up to $500,000. Stephanie at 1.3.
5 more. There you go.
How were you guys from here?
Chicago. So we have Illinois in the house. And Las Vegas, Nevada on their home turf.
Seat 4, 40 to call.
What we got going on?
Paul 7 deuce suited. Wouldn't that be nuts if he went all in? He'll make the call.
Seat 6 is going to raise.
Stephanie will raise and Paul will fold, chunking him ever so slightly.
We are at 6, 4. 40. Sorry, 20. You're in for 20. Small bucks. A minute and a half.
This will be the last hand at 2040.
All of it.
So again, 123 entrants, 123 teams. That's 246 players. We're now down to just 2 teams remaining. Stephanie, 20K to call with 5 deuce. And Paul's gonna fold.
4, 6.
One more hand at 2044 or 2040.
Next hand, go on my hand.
Hold on. We play this hand.
Yes, it will be 36 right now. We're at one more hand. Big blind, 40.
It's gonna take a minute. Oh, what?
And if you think tonight is wild, just wait till tomorrow where we award 3 players with a $12,500 prize package. So 3 players will be winning tomorrow, plus the top 36 players will get paid in our Step in the Ring national main event. That tournament does start tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Alright, guys, blinds have changed. We're at 30-60.
And it looks like Stephanie is couldn't get the job done. It's going to send Jacob over to the felt to finish them off. 1.3 to $500,000.
Blinds just went up. It's going to be a small blind, 30.
Lines are 30-60 now.
I think her head game's better though. Yeah, I did.
I don't care.
You don't care whose heads up game is better?
Heads up
Six.
game.
First stack.
I don't play heads up. I'm not a heads up guy.
I'm sorry, she's not.
Paul staying there, not letting Noel come back in. And Jacob, 5-3 offsuit.
I like how Paul's just like, Paul with the hey dude.
6 calls.
Just going to make the call.
4.
This looks like an all-in hand.
All in. All in.
We'll should see a fold here. Just a matter of time.
Let's go, Paul. Paul. Paul Lee. Paul Lee. Paul Lee.
No. Jacob, no. No coaching from the rail. One player to a hand. It's an official rule.
Martinez.
Fold.
And Jacob will fold. So Paul's scooping up 60K in chips there.
Big blind, 60. Small blinds, 30. Yep. No ante. Just a blind. Yep. Thank you.
I don't care.
C4, first stack.
My notes, are you coming back next year to defend them?
I'm winning in 5 venues right now.
That's not what I asked.
C4 folds. 6-4.
Whoa, run away.
Jacob's going to win with pocket threes there. Got another pocket pair for him.
Come on, you got this. You got this, Jacob.
30 on the small.
Can I say that?
Thank you.
Jacob, fuck it up.
Jacob.
Fuck it up. Fuck it up.
Trying to get the crowd back into it. Even on our final table here, well, actually, anytime it gets down to the final 2, very often you see these inevitable lulls that happen, but you can't get lulled to sleep because before you know it, both players are all in, and we got ourselves a winner. Jacob, A6 suited. Paul, pocket sevens. This could be it.
Whoa, easy with the drop of panties, Juice.
4, raise, make it 1.
Just a call.
6.
Raised it up to 160.
It could be Rupi Colada. I wouldn't accept drinks from strangers.
Paul getting real comfortable.
Flop is.
Lounging back, leg crossed. Just letting Jacob know, I'm comfortable here, buddy. I could be here all night long. Paul still in lead with his pocket sevens.
C4
Check.
C6.
Check.
C6 checks. Turn. 4
Turn is a 4 of diamonds.
C4.
Paul's staring him down intently.
C4 bet 60. C6.
60K.
And this the action. It looks like Paul made a bet on the turn, and there he is.
6 call.
We're gonna see a river.
We're going to see a river.
River coming out. Jack.
Jack on the river. Gives Paul the check marks. He's going to check, though.
Checks. A side.
Check, check. And just like that, Paul almost at 800,000. That's just 200,000 away from Stephanie and Jacob. Stephanie and Jacob have not had the life that they once had just a few minutes ago. Now a Paul chant starting with Noel. Oh my goodness.
That's it. Yep, no Annie. All right, 4 for Stag.
I will. Don't meet me at the final table.
So what, both were trying to ask us to tag in? That should end well.
Paul Jack 3 suited. Paul could talk to you and you'd never know. His mustache is really covering up his lips. Here we are, 8 deuce for Jacob.
Flop. Ace of diamonds.
9 ace 5.
Club. C6 first Stag.
Not enough action.
He can go with the check ten as
6
well.
checks. C4.
Pass in action to Paul.
C4 bets 90,000.
Paul throws it back.
C6.
And just folds.
Wow, momentum is shifting to Paul and Noel.
The call is strong, but
A lot of people were definitely on Jacob and Stephanie train. But now I do hear some people jumping off and starting to hop on that Paul and Noel train.
C6 first Stag.
I thought Tammy said something and we laughed.
C6 call. C4.
Jacob Jack 7 will call for 30,000.
C4 checks.
All checks.
Flop. 5 diamonds.
Ace 5-4 on the flop.
C4.
Paul's still in the lead. He'll check.
C6 checks.
Jacob checks.
Turn. 6 of clubs.
6 on the turn gives Jacob a straight draw.
Four bets.
Paul's gonna
110,
bet.
C6.
He's gonna bet with the best hand here.
Call.
Jacob calls.
River. 10 of clubs.
10 on the river gives Paul the check mark. Paul has absolutely nothing. Queen high, and he's gonna bet
150.
a lot of
Four bets,
chips.
150. C6. Fold.
And he is going to steal the chip lead from Stephanie and Jacob. Paul and Noel are now your chip leaders at the final table. That's what they're playing for right here. Championship belt. Definitely, those belts have been around for a long time, and
No.
the,
Yep. No Annie's. Yeah.
Know who you're dealing with?
All right. C4 first Stag.
Look at this.
of course, if you find a strong enough magnet, even put them up on your refrigerator.
C4 calls. C6.
Paul's betting here, or no, he's calling. Jacob will check.
Flop. Jack of diamonds, 8 of hearts.
Oh my goodness.
Seat 6, first act. Seat 6, check. Seat 4, check.
Jacob flops
Check,
2
check.
pair. We're going to check. Paul's going to check.
4 of hearts.
4 on the turn. Jacob's going to bet. And if he played this like the previous few hands with Paul, where he just kind of plays coy and checks, he might be able to induce a bet from Paul.
Yeah, since you guys are heads up, if you could.
But he doesn't. Definitely needs to just reel back, reassess, and figure out how he can steal this chip lead back.
That works too. Yeah, it's just 'cause
Try to
it's
win it
on
all.
the side.
Looks like Stephanie might be tagging herself in.
Seat 6, first act. Call,
Jacob,
seat 6,
King
call,
9.
seat 4.
Paul, King 4.
Seat 4 checks.
Paul with the option will check.
Flop coming. Flop is ace of spades, 9 of hearts,
8,
of diamonds,
9,
four,
ace
act.
on the flop. Paul first act. He'll bet.
Bets 90. Seat 6.
It's gonna be like 85, 90,000.
Calls
Jacob will
blank.
call.
Turn coming. Turn is 6 of diamonds. Seat
6
4.
on the turn.
Seat 4 checks. Seat 6.
Essentially a blank. However, it does bring into possibilities
I got
some
it.
straights.
River coming.
Check,
4 of
check.
hearts.
4 on the river. Will actually
Bets
pair
100.
Paul's 4.
4 bets 1.
It could be a disaster if Paul senses weakness. Paul will bet 100K.
4.
Jacob calls.
There are 9s.
Nice call, man. Nice call,
And
man.
just like that, Jacob is going to steal. He's going to steal the lead back from Noel and Paul.
I knew we had it.
It'll be 60-30.
Nice answer.
Yep, 60 on the big. Yes, sir. 25s.
Oh, you told me you
5K.
liked King 9, didn't you? Weren't you the one telling me?
That's it.
King 9?
There they are. Once again,
That's it. No in.
beautiful tag team champion belts.
Just remember to clear the little space.
Don't think they
there.
count as either a carry-on or a personal item if you're flying back. If you wear that around your waist, it's just an accessory or a weapon, depending on what TSA you're going through.
Look at him. Just gonna look at him again.
Paul, ace 4.
Look at him good. You like it? Yeah. Oh, well. You like him this well?
Seat 4 raises. Makes it 280. Seat 4 makes it 280. Seat 6.
Lines have got to be going up shortly. And Jacob, ace 6. Is this an all-in and a call? No. Jacob folds. Unbeknownst to him, the best hand.
You're on 30 and 60.
Yeah, Benny. Yeah, Benny. Yeah, Benny.
6-4.
60,000 is the big one.
I'm gonna get that up. Yeah. Seat 6.
Thank you guys for tuning in. We are live in Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget Casino down on Fremont. Getting the whole Fremont experience. This has been a slightly different national championship, being that we're down here Tuesday through Friday. So thank you to all the players for sacrificing some time, be using up some PTO.
Checks, seat 6. Checks. All right, guys. River. 2 of hearts. Seat 4. Seat 4 checks. Seat 6. Showing.
See a check
10 high. 10
and a check.
7 kickers gonna play. Small 30. Big
All
blind,
7 plays.
3 minutes left in the level. 60 on it. 60. 3.
You know, it's nice in part of the production crew that Jared and Goose can tag team some of these things. But as commentator, I have no choice but to sit here, and I cannot leave, especially not now in the game. Basically because, well, let's just say we drink a lot of water back here. We stay hydrated. It's not very convenient.
C6 check, C4. Bets 150. C4 bets 150. C6.
Jacob will bet 150,000.
Fold.
Oh, 150 call. Yeah, okay, never mind. Never mind.
We're at 6-4. Small blind, big blind. Minute and a half left.
Tightened up a little bit here. Got some like ebbs and flows of the game. Thank you to our dealer out there, Dustin. Trooping on through our final table. Also Princess and David for being out there to deal for us. It sure is a lot to deal on this feature table. They do have to call every little bit of action, release the table, make sure everyone's putting the cards in the right spot. And we might have something here. Paul's got a 5 for the straight. Jacob, that's going to be a fold. Don't fall asleep just yet, you guys. This is the last hand of the level. Partners looking intently on as they watch their fellow teammates. We've definitely been a little bit card dead where no one wants to risk anything and can almost guarantee you the moment we see if 2 5s come out on this flop, we're going to see all-ins, all in a call. 3-8-4, that does not happen. 2 diamonds.
C6 checks, C4 checks. Turn, Jack of hearts, C6.
Jack on the turn.
Checks it, C4, checks it. River coming. King of hearts, C6.
Hey, get out of here. You're not any more special than anyone.
Check, C6, check, C4.
You see a check.
Easy.
Bet.
That's my job, sir.
80.
Right, sir.
4 bets, 80.
All the way out, Mike.
Also, the players, if they have to take a 2-minute break or a 5-minute break, they can. They have the option of tagging their partner in.
Right, 6-4.
As you know, Chris Hansen is not here this week.
5100.
Unfortunately, I sorely miss him. We could tag team each other out and run quick little errands. Sounds like there is a new level. And with the blinds going up, that means it is more expensive. It's 50,000, 100,000. The small and big blind, it's going to start pushing that issue real quick.
C6 call, C4.
You let a player win a few hands in a row, and all of a sudden you're looking at not having as many chips. It's it could be the difference in a huge swing in the hand.
We got 7 of diamonds, 10 of clubs, 9 of clubs.
King 7-9.
Order, but C4 checks.
Paul checks.
C6 checks.
Jacob checks.
Turn coming. Jack of diamonds, C4, first act.
I got 150.
That's 150. C4 bets 150. C6. C6 folds.
Queen 10. Paul does have nuts with a straight, but Jacob just has nothing. Looks like Jacob is going to tap in his partner.
I hit my gun shot with a jack.
Stephanie is back out there. See if she can reignite the magic they had earlier this evening.
Guys, I'm not kidding. No vaping on the rail. I will clear the entire rail if I see smoke again. Drinks? The drinks fight.
You just have that one stack of reds right there.
No, I've said it multiple times. I've told you that.
There's nothing behind it.
You're going to be the big blind, 100,000.
Joe Manhole again? Joe's like, I am not
Put
taking
the
the
cards right in that box. I'm going to put the cards right there, so we're going to need to space.
Once again, we had 123 teams down to 2.
Sign Joe Manhole. I did. A sign Joe Manhole.
The players that made the feature or the final table, the final 9, they either qualified or were able to add 20K onto their existing chip stack going into the main event tomorrow. One such person, not qualified, still came to Vegas, made the final table. John Peden of Aurora, Colorado, playing at Backstreet Tavern, I think is what I wrote there, and Steel Tips, came to the final table with just 16K in chips. Everyone else was triple or way more than that total. So congratulations to you, John Peden. We will see you tomorrow for the main event.
C6 calls, C4.
Stephanie Ford Deuce will call 50K.
C4 checks.
Paul check. Paul looking very comfortable.
Flop.
Has the entire half of the table to himself. Queen 5-5.
C4
Two
first
hearts.
C4 checks, C6.
All checks.
Checks.
Stephanie quickly
Turn
checks.
coming. 6 of spades.
6 on the turn.
First act. Alright, 4 bets, 120, seat 6 folds. But move 4-6. Small blind 50. Hey. Yellow.
Man, I'm so glad you're on top of me.
Don't fall asleep quite yet, folks. All it takes is one hand, and it could be any hand. I'm sure you've seen posts after tournaments of players winning, and they win with some ridiculous hand. Queen 3, 4, 8, 6, 7. Pocket pair to win on is pretty cool.
So it's going to be an automatic raise to 200. Yep. And seat 6 called to 200. Nope, you're good. You go with the chips. Gotta put those in that box.
Paul raises with 9 deuce suited. Stephanie calls with ace queen.
King of hearts, 3 of clubs,
6, 3
diamonds.
king.
Your first act. Checks. Seat 4.
Stephanie checks.
Say 100.
Paul's got some betting chips
4 bets, 100,000.
lined up.
6.
It's out a massive bet. $100,000.
Can we talk?
Gonna be a
That's a hard no.
She's so serious. I like her.
And she is going
Paul, that's a hard no.
to make the call.
I don't want to leave no room.
Does not
for
believe
it's all right.
Paul's story.
6 call. Turn. 5 of hearts. Seat 6 first
Turn is a
act.
5.
Six
Stephanie
checks.
first to act. She'll check. Paul might be able to get aggressive here and
Checks.
bluff her off the hand. He'll check though.
The rail there that are tilted up. I need to get those. Yeah. Right here. Chips sitting
Oh.
under the rail.
Oh no. Sorry. You need to stick it
Yes.
What's coming? Wrong kick. Probably lost your card under the rim.
No. Just chips folded up. So, all right, guys. River coming out. 8 of diamonds. Seat 6 first.
8
act.
on the river.
6 checks. Sorry. Seat 4.
Check from Stephanie. Paul getting some huge chips to raise to bet with.
250.
250,000. Literally have anything. This would be an absolute hero call from Stephanie. If she can find the call. It's that moment where they could, if she calls, the fire is reignited, and Paul gets her, shows his friends the hand that he just bluffed Stephanie with. That was stone cold killer.
Small blind 50, big blind 100.
Oh my goodness.
I won't do it again, I promise.
There's Paul's friends looking on. The tension is still in the air, but the crowd is not as ruckus as they were before. Stephanie first to act.
Calls. C4.
She'll call. Paul, ace-3. Nice big raise here. And look, Paul, 1.2. Stephanie, 430,000.
260 to call. C6.
Stephanie will fold. Man, Jacob and Stephanie just cannot find
4-6.
momentum that they once had.
Big blind gives you 100. Eight and a half. 848.
Just 8 minutes remain on the level, and I will probably regret not ordering the food that everyone else just ordered.
C4 first act.
Yep. Paul's first act.
You will die today. You will die today.
Four raises to
I
300.
think those are 25K? 300,000. They are 25K chips. Red ones are. 10-6 for Stephanie. Paul and Noel just absolutely stealing all the momentum here, taking all the wind out of their sails. Stephanie just can't do it. I couldn't either.
Jacob.
Button move. 6-4.
Stephanie and Jacob were having all the fun. They were getting the crowd into it, getting lost in the emotion, and now all of a sudden finding themselves, their backs against the wall. Paul and Noel just, meanwhile, idly sitting by, taking their licks left and right, but just enough to stay in the fight. And now look where they are, chip leader. Be patient, find your opponent's weaknesses, find the holes in their defense, and then when the time is right, attack. At some point, there should be some all-ins instead of raises, but I think the blinds are now should be high enough, especially now that just 230,000 left. That's insane.
3 of clubs. C4 first act.
3 deuce 4.
She just smiled a little bit. Check.
C4 checks. C6 checks.
Paul just saying he's got a tell on Stephanie.
4. That's 100.
8 on the turn. That is not good news for Stephanie.
6.
She could shove all in here.
C6 calls.
Oh no. Stephanie down to just 130,000 remaining.
Yep. 10K. 2 blue.
This is not looking good for Stephanie and Jacob.
River. 2 of hearts. C4. Check back.
Let's go, Dana.
All right, 2 of hearts on the river. Paul is first. Keep check.
Checks.
Paul checks.
6.
Stephanie's going to go all in here. There's no other way to do it.
C6
Start
checks.
him over.
I got an 8.
He's got an 8 ball
Deuces.
horse on his.
Got 2? You don't have a 2?
Oh no. And Stephanie realizes she is not good.
Okay, so Jacob,
And Stephanie is going to bow out of this fight here. Give the last 100,000, 130,000 remaining in their chip stack to Jacob and say, you know what? You have a ton of lightning in the bottle. Let's see what you can do. Bring it on back. Run it on back. Paul and Noel, very well, might be our tag team champions.
All right, he's got one chip behind. He is almost all in on the big line. No, he's one chip behind, sir. So you would have to go in.
This mountain looks insanely tall for Stephanie and Jacob to climb. Did they not pace themselves? Did they use up all their energy hitting them with the 1-2 combo? The big roundhouses all day long. Paul and Noel are all in.
So C4 raised it, he only had 5 left, so 6-6. We got a king 6 of hearts.
10-4 of hearts.
6.
He's got live cards. It's live cards.
There it is, 10-4 to king 6. Things are not looking good for Stephanie and Jacob. Paul and Noel have had an insane run of cards this last time. 3-3-9. No help to Stephanie or Jacob. 10 or a 4 is going to save Stephanie and Jacob. A 10 or a 4. Ace on the turn. Ace on the turn, a 10, 4, 10, or 9. And a 10 on the river! Stephanie and Jacob survive. Doubling up. That was much needed. Stephanie tapping Jacob in at the very last moment.
Yeah, 50 on the small.
Wow. Stephanie and Jacob have found a little bit of new life. They've been a little resurrected, but the fight is not over. It's nowhere near over.
Jacob's first attack for the small line. He's in for 50. It is 100.
Jacob now up to 210, 7-6 suited connectors. And he is just a call. Paul will check. 3 deuce suited. Diamonds galore.
Flop coming.
All right, your flop is
3 of spades, king of clubs,
3,
9 of
king,
clubs.
9.
First act.
Jacob is first. Or sorry, Paul is first.
I want to go 200,000.
He
Bets
bets
200,000.
200,000.
C4 bets 200.
I don't know how much he's got.
Paul bets 200K.
And we get a fold. He shows 2 free parries, not 11. And you
All right, what move for 6? It'll be big blind 100, small blind 50.
All right, guys, the lines out there.
Yeah, just under a minute.
Got 10 back.
In 1 minute, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Just
Hallelujah. Oh my goodness. In 1 minute, we're taking a break. The Lord has smiled down upon me. 1 minute or 5-minute break to color up chips. But if it doesn't end here, we're coloring chips up, and I get the long-awaited break I have needed. Paul, 10-8 suited.
C4 raises.
We got an all in and a call.
All in.
All in a call. It could be done here. This would be a terrible time for my mic battery to die. It's got 1 bar left. Nothing's going good for me right now. Ace 5 for Jacob and Stephanie. 10-8 for Noel and Paul.
Not that I care. We won't worry about it. We can worry about it.
There's 110.
2 extra.
Yep. All right, flop.
There's my
is
10.
clubs.
10-6-5. 2 clubs. Things are not looking good for Stephanie and Jacob.
Acer of 5 is the only things that are going to save Stephanie and Jacob. They cannot be a club.
4 clubs.
River.
4 of clubs on the river. Noel and Paul have done the impossible. They have beaten Jacob and Stephanie, who were once massive chip leaders, and Paul and Noel struck at just the perfect time. Well-timed jabs, well-timed punches to the gut, leg kicks, you name it. Your champions for the Tag Team Championship, Noel and Paul. Folks, we are going to take a few-minute break, at least I am. We are going to come back with player interviews, the winners, and yeah, we'll see you then. Live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. See you guys very shortly.
Welcome back to the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have just concluded our tag team tournament. Your winners, Noel and Paul. Congratulations, fellas. So, tag team tournaments are interesting because there's two of you. You tag each other in when you feel the time is right. Noel, you started the time at least on the feature table. Describe how your play during that time. You ran up a large chip lead and go from there.
I came in short and I just kept chipping up, knocking a couple people out.
You have a microphone. He's got a microphone. Okay, continue. That was okay. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I let it up for the first half, and then we changed place, and Paul took over.
Yeah, so that was that the first time you played, was coming to
So-
the final table?
I played a couple orbits. I wasn't feeling it. Him and I decided to play this kind of on a whim together.
Yeah.
And I wasn't feeling it. I played a couple. I was kind of up late the other night. I was like, all right, Noel, just take over. He was running hot. I go, dude, just come on, get it. He ran up a huge chip stack. Awesome. So happy for him. He started fading out at the final table. I stepped in, and, bro, it was sick. He was the muscle. I was just the finisher right there.
Yeah, it was incredible. Well, Stephanie and Jacob were who you guys beat.
Yeah.
And I was kind of keeping track of everyone they were knocking out. Joel and Nikki and a bunch of other people flopping full houses and sets and all this stuff. So they just lost steam at the wrong time, and that's where you came in.
Yeah.
And did you notice when that momentum shifted?
I was able to read both of them really well. I just was aggressive and whatever, just taking it all from them. They just kept laying cards down to me, and I was just laughing the whole time.
Would you be willing to tell everyone what the tells are, what you got, the reads you got on them?
I could just tell when they were weak, you know. You can't just limp in, dude. I mean, whatever. No, you can't. Not heads up like that.
You heard that.
Yeah.
You can't just limp in, dude.
No, limping ain't pimping. Heads up.
Absolutely. Well,
Finish them. I just finished them.
are both you guys qualified for tomorrow's main event?
Yeah.
So you're going to add 20K to your stacks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to give any shout-outs to the folks at home?
I love FPN, Joe Mano's games,
Brown
Ross
Pub,
Martinez.
Corrals. Last chance.
Yeah.
Paul, shout-outs to
Last
people
chance, Brown Pub, Corrals, all the time. The pub. Pizza Cucino, yeah.
Yeah.
All the time, all of them. Yeah. Last chance.
We've got a great crowd here tonight. So, congratulations
Thank you
once
so much,
again.
Brian. I
it was
appreciate
so
it.
fun
That was
watching
fun
you guys.
watching, right?
Yeah, it's very fun watching you guys.
How
That's
about that 2 Night of Clubs hand?
the 2 9 of clubs. I actually was going insane over it.
Yeah, I
Like
know.
I can't believe it. That's when
Got
I
it
felt the
through.
momentum shift.
Yeah, that was the deciding hand right there.
It was.
That was when I knew if I could get that hand, game over. I'm done. I got it. Smoked, wrapped it up.
And you
Party
sure
time.
did.
Let's go get some beers.
Well, hey, we're in Vegas. You guys should definitely party. That's going to do it for us here tonight, live at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. My name's Brian, signing off. We'll see you tomorrow for the main event, giving away massive bucks. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.